Happy Monday! Happy Monday. I was like, man, I did everything before I needed to stream, right? I'm good. I forgot to turn my fucking AC on. It's hot in here. It's hot. It's hot, chat. It's hot. Hello, Kiwi. I hope you're having a good day. Also, I was popping my meds right before I got on here, right? And I was like, oh, you know, I think I forgot to refill my pill case today. Like, I need to, or yesterday, so I need to re-up on the week, right? And I look, and apparently, I didn't take my Thursday med. And I was like, huh. Because I may or may not have had a little bit of a mental breakdown on Friday. And it was like, damn, why am I so fucking sad? Like, I'm being such a baby right now. It's like upsetting me. And it turns out it's because I didn't take my meds the day before. Because like by the time I had like the baby mental breakdown, I was like, Yahoo! It was already like Friday evening, and I was like, aha, I haven't taken my meds today. That's probably the problem. Turns out it's because I hadn't eaten my meds for 2 days. Doing? You being a menace? Don't take that off my desk. She's trying to take like a wire hook off my desk. It's like a little command strip, and why are you trying to take it off my desk? You have been fed. Stop being a mongrel. Stop. You're being a mongrel. You're being a mongrel. Don't make me kick you off my desk. Stay for that, Pat. I just realized that, and I was like, oh, things make a lot more sense. That's crazy, brother. Forget about lunch. I wonder what is the secret agent? What does this mean? What does this mean? Oh. Hi, Pixels. You don't know? Is it supposed to be secret? Well, no. Yeah. No? I don't know. Dang, you're lost. I know. I'm sorry. Oh, okay, it is. Secret agent, man. Okay, I was wondering. I wasn't sure. I didn't want to assume. Because you know what that does? It makes an ass out of you and me. I don't want to look like an ass. I have a nice ass, but I want to look like one. Redeem thanks to Pixels. I didn't want to assume. Thank you, Pixels. There we go. This is a rubber gasket. Rubber gasket. This is the connector. Today I gotta make steampunk goggles, which gives me PTSD to when I used to do that in college. Because we did this in college. We had an assignment for steampunk goggles. But this is pretty easy. I think I already got most of it done. I just have to UV it and then flip it. So I don't think we want the straps, because the straps would get lost in the hair, I think. I'm thinking I'll wait until I get home for the game session so more people get a chance to be here. Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good, yeah. I want to, there's a game that I'm gonna play today, because I got the key for it, called 5 Minute Self-Destruction. And it's like an escape room. And apparently, you know, it's supposed to test streamers under pressure. So we'll be doing that later today, too. Back to my city. We got a lot of work to do today, though, first. As you can see from this list that I'm making. Space. Ma'am? Ma'am? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop it. Stop eating my microphone cable! We're too poor for this! We're too poor for this! Listen, we're too poor for you to be chewing on my microphone cable. I can't afford another one right now. Stop it! Stop. Stop it. Stop it right now. You're being a dingaling. You're being a little dingaling. You being a dingaling. Ah! I'm being attacked by my cat. I'm thinking, oh, Alright, she's calm. She seems calm now. Oops. For now. How well you play, I'll see if we could do keep talking, nobody's supposed to tag. That would be very funny. I think we would explode though. Okay. Same with this guy. You camera based. Show. You have to hide your screen. You'd have to hide your screen or something and yeet your model when you explode. That'd be very funny. That'd be pretty fun. Transfer attributes. UV camera based. Gonna do the same one I did with the other one on this one. So I'm lazy. And Father provides the master will die. Let it all consume the room. Don't say you wrong. I hope everyone's having a good day, by the way. Had a good weekend. Let the rot inside. Let the rot inside. Same material. Offering it. Camera base, so just do it again. Oops. With me, eternity child. Grandfather provides. Provides you'll never die. Let it all consume. Unity, you'll give it. Oh, you will now won't say you wrong. Need to hide. Come on now, then let the right inside. Right inside. Maybe so. Hold on. Hi, Vex. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely Monday. Hello, hello, hello. Now I won't stay you wrong. We don't need to hide. Come on, right inside. I'm pretty eepy, but we live. Did you not get good sleep? How is the you? I am the well. I am the well. I am just working on some stuff for today. Let's see, these are Steve PG, Stephen Goggles, Rubber, SPG underscore leather, SPG metal. Alright. I got super distracted watching a streamer play Food Desert last night. Very valid. I'm glad you had fun though. Even though you were distracted. As long as you're having fun, you know, that's all that really matters. True. Oh, you had a question in your live post. How interesting. Yeah, I just did it for funsies. I don't think it. I just did it for fun. Nothing to it. It's just because I want to name my streams after milk every day. That's all. Look at it, feels like Christmas. Alright, I had a fun. What? Alright, I guess tomorrow's thing will be dragon milk since you were the first one to reply. Need you. What are you doing? Hey, what are you doing back there? What are you doing behind my PC? We're too poor for this. Is Sino lurking? I don't know. Maybe? I don't know. Dragon milk? Yeah, that's what got you. What are you doing, Moira? We're too poor for your shenanigans right now. Play with this? Play with laser point? Yeah? Yeah? Oh, you almost got it. Get it. Come on. I believe in you. Good job. Dragon is okay. It's funny, I like it. Alright, I think it's good. Go play DJ. DJ. But I just like, it's almost like I like listening to the radio. Is there like a radio we can listen to? Oh, this is a good song though. Just Radiohead. Radio rental. What the fuck? Is there like a radio feature on type feature on Spotify? I think the DJ is the closest thing. Oh. Oh my god, I gotta do a thing, Wait, I gotta pull the guilty. Wait, he's gotta have up the arms. Wait, I gotta put. Hold on. What the fuck? No. Nope. 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 Put models on screen with the product. Yeah, I thought that was the point of the DJ, but I don't listen to the radio except Diamond City Radio and Radio New Vegas. That's valid. That's why, yeah, it's like unfortunate that he has to talk. I just kind of wish that like he wouldn't sometimes, because like it sometimes gets me out of the vibe, but it's close enough for me. AdvancedGG thing is doing something for ambassadors that says we will get a $20 gift card if we post pictures of ourselves with product. So I'm doing that right now. I'm doing it right now, chat. I'm lazy, so I'm just gonna use this one. Oh, that's why I'm supposed to say I didn't drink my— yeah, drink your advanced GG. I can't wait for my ice cream tea one to come in this week. On God. What happened to your life? It takes forever for this look. There's so many screenshots in here. So yeah, not so young, but he's so short. I wonder if I can grab like PNGs of this. So bright. Oh, go away. We tried this one, this one. Oh. We've had hydration ones. I won't take you out to wish I could feel. Copy image. What else have I tried? Tried their key lime pie flavor. Focus. Hydration, boost energy. Ooh, the taro bubble tea was so good. Copy image. That's who I should get a new wheel, so I'll probably— damn! Why is it so expensive? Why is your bike so expensive, Vexed? Why is it so expensive? Also, I'm missing one. Hydration. It's the lemonade one that I have. Margarita lime. This one. It's locally made ultralight. Damn. Them shit's not cheap. That's fat. But it's only like 15 pounds and it runs like a dream when I'm not having tire issues. That's valid. Whoa, what chat are we supposed to do? In general chat? Oh, that's what they meant. That's what they meant. My bad. My bad. Elaine not listening to instructions. That's my bad. I'm a silly goober. I'm a silly goober. I don't know how to listen to instructions, chat. Focus. I don't know how to... Yeah. There you go. I did it. I did it. The fuck was that for? Oh! I had a $75 charge on my credit card. I was like, what the fuck is that? It's a crooked moon shipping. That shit scared the fuck out of me. That shit scared the fuck out of me. I did the thing. No. Cool. Wait, what's it for, if I may ask? I get a gift card. I get a gift card if I do the thing. I was tempted to buy a mini monitor, but it costs like $60. That's better than more, I guess. Hey, I'll give it away, honestly. The $20 gift card. I just hate having one, but I don't have space for two full size. That you could do one vertically. You do one vertically. That's what I do. I have one that's vertical because I can't have 3 full size monitors, but I can have brain. But I can't have 2 horizontal and 1 vertical, so that's how I do it. Hi. Okay, yeah, it's good for like, it's good if it's just something that maybe you want to throw up like a small video on that you're not really gonna watch. Discord or like music, like Spotify. That's what I often use it for. It's like my communications hub. And then I have my main monitor. Pornography. Modify. And then if you do get the room, you can just rotate it back, you know? Yeah, I just need one for Twitch streams and one for Pomodoro timers. Yeah, then that'll be perfect then. Cause like, yeah, things like third monitor content, like, or like second monitor content, like that would be perfect on like a vertical monitor. Because then it's not It's also not taking as much real estate as a normal monitor, so that way you can kind of like focus on what you're doing instead of like worrying about it like being too much of like a space hog or like an attention hog towards the stuff that you're doing. Have you looked into cheap projectors? Oh, that could be good, dude. I have a lot of space in my home setup, so I should be fine there. That's valid. Let's go. Export. Goggles. I have no idea. You just have a projector and shoot it up at the ceiling. Or like if you have like I mean it just depends on how you want it. If you want it to be like an extra monitor, you could like put it on like like a windowsill and then aim it at the wall to your right. Yeah. Trying to think. I really want a projector for my room so I can just lay down and watch stuff. You're supposed to, yeah, so if you wanted to, oh my god, this is so cute. This is so cute. Yeah, if you wanted, you could definitely do a vertical monitor like to your left. Hi Joker, hi, welcome on in. Or like in that little spot, but I think that's like a cute spot. So you could do it to your left, or you could put a mini projector on your PC and aim it to the wall to the left in this image, and then you'd have another one. So there's a bunch of options. Or stack monitors. Stack them vertically. Have two horizontal ones on top of each other. I have one boxed up under my desk, but I need to get a splitter. That's understandable. How is cute Elaine? Elaine is good. How is adorable Joker? How is adorable Joker today? You having a good day? I forgot what I was doing. Oh no, yes, I was doing this. Yeah. And then I want to not open Maya again. I want to open Adobe. Adobe Substance Painter. Holy shit, you're cooking with the stack monitors. I'm doing that now. Fuck yeah, I got you, Vexed. Because then it's like, you know, you just look up. I think Rhino, my friend Rhinosaurus Rex does that. He has like a TV mounted above his monitor so he can watch stuff while he does stuff. And it's like, I'm like, damn, that's a good idea. I'm good and happy because Cacao on stream. Hello. Happy to have you here. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely day. Lovely jubbly. You can read on my poker. I hope we have time for like, oh, I have to put these arms down. There you go. He's a little businessman's. Nobody. You're the razors show for the enshrined playtest. Where is it? I did get funky. It's so weird. Okay. Whoa, there's new things in here. Projection, physical projection. Oh, interesting. Ew, who's line for? Oh. Squeegee lens. Opacity. Bake. Hey Elaine, it's hot as balls, ain't it? It hot as balls, Shaylers. Be sure to drink plenty of water, advancedgg if you got it, wink. And stay cool, dude. It's hot over here too. It's very humid. Sorry, I decided to take a drink and it got in the way of my face tracking. I'm debating getting a nuker or a kettle because all day I'd really use a nuker for his boiling water, but it would have. I would get a microwave. If you can have a microwave in your thing, get a microwave. You can do more stuff with a microwave than you can a kettle. Like, even if you're gonna be mainly using it to boil water, at least, like, if you had, like, leftovers or something from the day, you could, like, heat it up in there where you can't exactly heat it up in, like, a kettle. So, I personally would suggest that you do, a microwave. I don't like this leather. School allows those. I remember when I moved in, they hadn't accepted. Oh, bro, same. Hi, Sheffy. Welcome on in. I have either, but no hot plate. Interesting. Yeah, mine also did not allow for us to have. We couldn't have the only thing we could have was what is it called? The only thing that we could have was man, my brain is dead. We had no kitchens as well. We had no kitchens, and the only thing you were allowed to have is a Keurig and a mini fridge. You're not allowed to have a microwave, a tea kettle, a hot plate, anything like that in your room in my college, because for us it was only because like the buildings were old, so all the buildings that they used were like renovated historical buildings. Like one was like a church, one was an old person's home, and another one was a hotel. So you weren't allowed to use modern day electronics because they hadn't updated the electricity software. And so it would just fucking kill itself if you did. I'll take these off. Oh, I kept them.
Mother, I ate the iPad. Can we go buy another?
Okay. I have another one for you. There you go. Let me find something for you to watch. On YouTube. I don't know if anybody's streaming right now. Miu's not up, so I don't think Miu's awake. Is there anyone for us to lurk in? Gordy's doing it. He's doing his partner plush. Ooh, Lasso Cassidy. I'll give you a YouTube video for now. Here you go. There you go. Hines, 57 song. There. I'll do a little. Well, I think it should just stay metal. Apparel. Select. This one. My brain! Thank you for the bong. There you go. apparel. Steampunk. Alright, I'm gonna duplicate, render models. History. Alright, there we go. Bop, 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 bop. There we go. I think that's that. Let me scoot over just a little bit more. Oh. Oops. Alright, bro, tayo the bayad mo. How many you? Oh my god, guys, it's my wife. It's the one, the only my wife. Hello, wife. How are you? You have good eat? You excited for your new trail? Yes. Hello, love. I had a good eve. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited for you to be here. And I'm excited for you to stream today. If you are streaming. I feel like I want a jacket. I am. I'm glad. Boop, boop, boop. Steampunk rolls. Got some art and zombies later. Ooh. Fancy. Fun, fun, fun. I hope you have fun. I mean, I forgot. They're like slightly off. Why are they off? Oh, wait, are they off? But I scarfed down dinner first. Have good food. Yes, I don't know what this game is Kiwi has planned for us, but he has a game planned. This one is up with this guy. He's just kind of off. He might be just kind of off. Tuna hakes underwater? Tuna hakes? What is this? Are you fucking kidding me, Kiwi? A fucking spoopy horror underwater game? Wait, what's this? Wait, what is this? You're a fish who does tricks? I thought it was underwear. Nah, that's for the other side. Okay, no, we're talking about this game then. Tuna hakes underwater. I was gonna do a video about. We'll do both. We'll do both. Hold on. We'll do 5 minutes until self-destruction, then we'll do Tuna hakes underwater. But we'll play the game. We'll play both today. We shall play both today. Do not worry. For alas, I will get them both done. It's only $3. I'm gonna lurk while I play No Man's Sky with the hub band. Have fun playing game with the hub band. I'm putting a hoodie on because I wanna. It's my safe place. It's not fitting over my fucking head Because I kept my headset on. Struggle bus. Jesus Christ. Okay. Sorry. Sugar. Leather material. Metallic. Normal. Roughness. Flip. Metal. Lens is actually next. Lens base color. Metallic and roughness. Base metal. Metallic. Okay. Lens. Oh, it should be model 1, 3, and 4. 1, 3, 4. Render image. Fuck this way, I don't know how to reassemble my bed. What do you mean? I guess mattress on the floor for you now. How do you not know how to reassemble it? What did you do? What did you do? Steampunk goggles. Trying to rise it? What part are you stuck on? I should have adjusted the camera, but I didn't. Sorry. VLT is ready. Yes, VLT can help. If you would like VLT's help, I'd be more than happy to help. What's the matter, Momo Bean? You know today is Monday. Ooh, today is Monday, Beanie. Why you up today? I think I might do this one. This one, this one. I think I want to re-render.
Fuck Nazis on her own.
Huh! Okay. Well, VLT said it, not me, so it's the same. What the fuck? These. I didn't mean to bump that, but I think it'll be fine. Oops. Poop. 11cc. PNG export. Should have submitted a maintenance request, not done this shit myself. So you got approval from your RA, but you didn't ask for help? Is that what I'm understanding? If so, very valid, but also, maybe we should have asked for help. I mean, it's not that late over there yet, so you could probably still ask for help from someone. I asked and told no one. Okay, got it. Well, I believe in you, Vex. Whichever route you want to go, Pookie, if you want to figure it out yourself or if you want to ask for help, I believe in you. Sometimes you just gotta go, you know, trial by fire. Sometimes you just gotta do trial by fire. Nope. Steam. Close. I just need one part to let go, and I think I got it. I believe. Just be careful, okay? Just be careful. I'm just gonna put that there for now. Review. Do these glasses next. Do you not have it in like a side profile? Not good. These are not good glasses. Someone's done it. Sun is here to haunt you. Rises the moon. Please never forget. Where are the glasses? Oh, cheap. Okay, it's half reassembled. Good job. That's better than where we started. I'm proud of you. We're getting there.
Remember, the first step to safety is getting a permit.
Is it? I think the first thing in safety is knowing what not to do. you know? Because if you know what to do, then you might be like, well, what if I did it this way though? But if you know what not to do, then you're probably not gonna do it because you know not to. The first step in any dangerous spot is to have fun. Yeah, probably, especially if it's life-threatening, you know? I could agree with this. Guilty is always the foreman. He doesn't know how to construct. He just stands there and watches. Oh yeah, he's just a little guy. I think it's like that. And it's a little more out. Then we just... I think that's how it looks. Let's do this guy, this guy. Okay, gotta go. It's okay, wife. Have a great stream. I love you. Love you, wife. Hello, Sino. I hope you're having a lovely day. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Oh my god. I can't select things for poop. How you doing there, bud? Hello, Rhino. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful Monday. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. There you go. I'm okay. It's been working too. Understandable. Well, I hope the vibe here can keep you company as you work on stuff and we work on stuff. Last night, as I was falling asleep, I was like, what if my introduction was, hi, I'm Elaine, maincoow, you're multifaceted, multi-shaped, something. You know? I think that could be fun. Because, like, it'd be a lot of M's. Maincoow, multifaceted, multi-fun? I don't know. But, you know, the vibe. You know, I think I was getting to something. What it was specifically, I don't really know, but I feel like I was on to something. It would be mostly like my raid, like when people raid me. What I would say. This is your fault. Multi-talented, multifaceted, moo maven. I like that one. I'm gonna copy that one. Moo maven. Moo maven? Cacao? Moo maven? Do a new note. Oh, it's locked. Oh, sorry. Nope. No. Multifaceted. Ooh, I like that. It rolls off the tongue kind of nice. My lover, don't chase me. I wish I could see the side profile of these. I mean, that's pretty side profile-y. Just straight and then it goes down, it looks like. Just back in a little bit. There we go. Look at those lenses. Wait, are they supposed to be like more bold? Yeah, they are a little bit more like. I think I'll just. No, because it'll look weird if they're not curved. My goodness. Alright. I'm just gonna reference this bottom half of the image for the side, I think. I'll just fit it onto the character. This guy. Why are you being weird? Similar. I have an idea, and I don't know if I want to do it or not. I could. Brand new person. Need this to be centered here. Oops. Brand new person. I'm in the notes. Is this being weird? I think I could go ahead and song everything. Okay, that looks good. Let me add one to the other side. And then one here. It's only got like so EP. what was the life to be so easy all the time? Could be the thing. Thank you. Let's make this a bit more girly vibe. Make it a bit more girly vibe. Take this guy. We round him off. Let's bring it down a bit more. Oop. What the fuck? What the fuck happened here? Okay. Reset. Smaller. And this one. Center. Oops. This one, him. So they kind of become, yeah, there we go. Down a little bit, and now we have an earpiece. And then this guy just needs a little persuading. He just needs a little persuading. There we go. That was so a hassle. I have so much more. That was so worth the hassle. I have so much more space with my dresser under my bed. That's valid. And then you can have like a little beanie bag chair and have a little vibe area. Have a little vibe area. Put fairy lights underneath it. It'd be really cute. It'd be really cute. I need to bring in the other glasses so I know how long these need to be. My brain is so weepy. Yes. Help me because I don't feel right. Cold as ice. In the dead of night. Cold as ice. Something don't feel right. Don't feel right. Music come out too far. Not yet way. Cold as ice. No, don't put more ideas in my head. I'm on a fixed income now. Just kidding. I appreciate the ideas. I got you. And I mean, a lot of the things that, like, you know, you can do for your dorm room can be done on a budget. You just have to know where to look. think. I'm just gonna redo this edge because it kind of got a little fucky. What is up with this? I don't like the way this one sits. Eh. Oh, you know what? Out of here. And I'll do another one. Instead of fantasy, reality. I don't like this. Okay. Sick of chasing. And my daydreams are. You making this what I want. I'm about to go to work. I think that looks fine. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. My infatuation for insulation to another form of what you call it. Like an alcoholic. What the fuck do you mean? And them third colored eyes. I have a piece of your pie. What the heck? Sick of chasing. What is happening? Oops. There we go. I don't know if this is the same. It feels like it's a different shape now. So wireframe. Ah, see? Okay, so clearly it's this part. There you go. And I'm just gonna steal this guy. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. What I'm gonna do instead is I'm gonna make a bridge. reset. Let's see, reset. Oops. Here. Oop. Oop. Oh no, we can just do it. No, we can't. Okay. Thank you for the wellness check, Taylor. Also, hope you're having a wonderful day. I am getting, like, suddenly, like, really eepy. Like, what if we just took, like, a quick power nap, you know? Like, just a quick tenor? Just a quick tenor, chat? There's a quick little honk shoe tenor. Sleep, like, on stream? Sure, why not? Don't do it. Don't. I don't know why I keep saying don't test me. Because, like, literally, I think everyone in chat has said that at least once to me. And I don't know why I just don't do it. So that... Just a quick. Just a... I would do it, man. Should I do it? Just for a little bit. Like, at just a 30-minute... I'll sleep on stream. Literally, just here. I'll just sleep right here at my desk. Because, like, I have a comfy-ass chair. Just do a quick 30. Quick 30. You have, like, a little nap as a treat. That's what I'm saying. Just a 30-minute nap. Who wants to take a 30-minute nap? Let's go take a 30-minute nap. I'm gonna take a 30-minute nap. Right here. Right here. Please don't scare me while I'm sleeping. Just sleep. What's the sleeping category, King? What's the sleeping category? Just sleeping? Sleep. What's the sleeping category? They have a thing called sleep stream. I'm only sleeping? I'm only sleeping? Okay. Really? Is that how they're doing this now? We're gonna take a little nap. Just have a little nap. Take a little nap. Even gonna get a bed in here. Take a small nap. Just a little baby nap. Just a little baby nap. No shot, someone is spamming me on fucking Canvas. What the fuck? What are they spamming you about? What are they spamming you about? Hold on, let me... I'm doing it. We're just gonna take a little... Just a little snoozer. Blankie. Where's my blankie? I don't want a blankie. I'm going on top. I'm gonna go on, like, top. Just change the color of it. I don't want it to be white. How do I change the color? Change the color. Dude, I don't... Oh, my prof is an idiot who didn't clip you the schedule before class started. RIP. Why is it clipping to me? I don't want it to clip to me. Oh, this doesn't help. This song does not help. Are you taking a nap? I'm taking a nap. I'm not muting my mic. If you want to talk to me, you can. I'll even put my mic up a little bit. I'll put it close to me. Taking a little... I'm just gonna take a little nap, okay? Take a little nap. Taking a little nap. I'm on BLT. Taking a little nap. Snappy time. Can I really not change the color of this though? Hikey, I don't want it to be white. You know what? Hell yeah, we're taking a nap. Fuck yeah. It's nap time. Okay, I guess I can't. Oh, is it in visualization options? Show color. Can I not make it a different color? Is there another VTuber bed asset? We're gonna take a little nap. VTuber bed assets. Oh yeah, Catboy Mech had made all of them. Blinky. Oh, where's the bed? Oh my god, they have a perfect one. I found the perfect one, channel. Call the stars bed. Eventually, I'll just make my own. Or I'll just take... Oh no, this one's like perfect. Oh god. This one's perfect. You gonna have a song for me eat? Macaroni Union. Sounds like a dream song. I'll even have an alarm set. Oh wait. No. No. Sometimes to make me eat easier? Oh shit. Let's go. Stars bed. This one. Nope, behind. Going back. I'm just gonna take a little nap. A little nap. A little nap. Oh, it looks so cute. Right. Yay! This bed is Roxas coded. That's valid. If I just now if I just does it do the thing? Does it do the thing? Are you gonna do the thing? Is my thing gonna do the thing, or do I have to activate it? Oh, I don't have it set. Ugh. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? I'm sorry. I don't mean to do any of this. What is happening? This is not what I want. No, I just wanted to eat. Title. What? Why are you flipping me the fuck? I'm sorry. It was an accident. It was an accident. I promise. It was an accident. I swear to God. It was an accident. Where's the thing where it's like, I'm too tired for this. Where's the thing where it's like, if you lose tracking, oh, go stay at pose. There we go. And I'm just gonna go. You know what? You know what? We'll do this instead. Because this will make more sense to me. Because I might still be talking. Where's my eyes? Eye open left. Just at 1.5, okay. 0. Just gonna force my eyes, okay. Oh fuck, it still like opens for everything. No, don't open. You should be gone. I'll fuck in here. Just make sure that doesn't happen again. Oh, why? Why am I? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What's happening right now? Stop it. All of chat, yep. Chat, we're about to go eat. Chat, we about to go eat. Okay. Why is it not at 0? What's happening? It should be 0-0. I'm sorry. Should we do a co-op eep? Yes! Eep with me. Eep with me, brother. Why is it not letting me close my eyes? Oh, hold on. I have to fix it back. Hold on. I think I have an idea. 5. 5. My eyes are back to normal. And then if I just go here and I go to blink sensitive, I open sensitivity. You know, it's not gonna matter at the end of the day. I think, you know. God damn the song. Okay, hold on. Let me put my chair back. Let's do it small. Oh my god. Just a small nap. Just a small nap. Okay, Google, set an alarm for like 4. Oh god, my chair is in the no. I'm about to knock everything over on my. Okay. All right, we're good now, chat. All right. I'm in bed. I'm not in bed. I'm in my chair. I'm taking a nap now. Just a small, itty bitty nap. I hope you guys have a good nap. If I snore, no one clip me. I swear to God, if you guys clip me fucking snoring, I'm gonna punch you in the. I'm gonna punch you softly with my fists in a non-lethal way. Now, I'm gonna be fair. It kind of sucks being this EP because I just took my Adderall and I just drank advancedgg, which has both technically to keep me awake. But I'm just gonna eat. Night night. Night night, chat. Oh my god, is it neep time? It is. I'm gonna go eat. I'm laying in my. I'm tired. I'm just gonna take a nap. Anyway, I'll make sure we have peaceful eat. We don't get jump scared. I'm just gonna loop this song. What do you mean I can't loop it? Okay, well I added it to the queue again. Thanks for the head pat pixels. We're taking it now. I feel bad because I wanted to do this nap stream like before, but like 5 p.m. or something, because then people could get off of work and stuff. But Deep calls me too hard. I also just remember I was gonna put a video of cows grazing in the background, but my eyes are already closed. The loop is paywalled? No, it won't let me loop it because like I don't know, Spotify's being weird, I guess. It's okay. I added it to the queue. Maybe the next one will work. Son of a bitch, Kiwi. You just fucking... You whore. You gay whore. Second one doesn't want to go off. I clicked the button twice. I'm sorry.
I love refrigerators.
Oh my god, that scared me. I'm still tired though. Alright, now it'll go off automatic. We be on Spotify, yeah, we do. This guy is awake, so I'm awake. Skill issue. I love taking naps when the sun is out. Makes me feel like a cat. Or the other baby was BLT is hogging the bed. I can get. The other babies are awake doing other. I think. Oh no, it might be too low to hold. So young. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, maybe I couldn't loop it because there was another song in the queue. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't. Kiwi was talking about how I could do like an ASMR thing to go to sleep. Bro, my voice is like. My bad. No, you're totally fine. Don't worry about it. I didn't see it. Thank you for the song. This is also very relaxing. He was talking about how I could do like an ASMR thing. So that way, you know, maybe put you guys to sleep. But I think my voice just gets more raspy when I'm EP. Like I don't have that cute EP. I've got that like what I die. You know? I'm not gonna lie. I've been afraid to take a nap on stream. I'm just so EP. My body, my therapist told me. What the fuck, Max? What the fuck? My therapist told me I got inner conflicts because my mind's always battling itself. And it says that I should listen to the enemy sometimes. And this time, the enemy said take a nap. So that's what we're doing. I'm gonna take a little nap. I'm gonna add the last two songs to like the sleepy time playlist. They're so nice. So I need a blanket. Thanks for the lyric, Bex. I got a blanket. Yes. Okay. Oh Jesus, what? Ugh. It's kind of good. I kind of went a laundry. Oh my god! I just knocked my water bottle. Oh, hey, what's up, Bob? What's happening? Oh my god, the most ironic Twitch badge was that. Oh, the one potion one. That's cool. What's the badge of? She lives. I do live. I kind of want to eat just a little bit more. We should probably get up. Ugh. Okay. It's a touch grass badge. Huh. I don't know what this was set at. Did everybody have a good little break? I hope so. I hope so. Oh, I forgot the bed doesn't. No, I can't. I live. I didn't like fully fall asleep, but I was like there. So next time, we'll just take an hour long. And I hope you guys had a good little breaky. Good little nap breaky. Head pat. Feel pretty pogging though now. Feeling like I can do some more workies. Spent all day removing my bed and putting in a new one, and I slept so good, bro. Fuck yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad you eat. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm glad you eat good. Fuck yeah. Everyone deserves good eat. I'm going for this right here, if I want to make it in there. I don't know. I feel better though. I'm happy we got a little tiny eat. Crazy what having not broken bed does to your sleep. This is true. This is true. Alright, let's go back to coworking. Done. There we go. Oh my goodness gracious. Quality of sleep is important. Thank you for the song first. I'm gonna add like a. I gotta create a. This is the nap time playlist. And then we're gonna. I think I have it in VTuber next session. Lane modes. Hopefully my new bed can handle my magnitude. Understandable. Is it on the floor or is it like, do you have a, let me sort by added. Oh, is it? Wait. What was the one? I got a futon so I can pack it away. Oh, okay. Well, you probably will be fine then. If I have space for VR, fuck yeah. Okay, it was dearly beloved. So that means this has been. There we go. There's that one that goes into nap time, and then Rex requested. Oh, wait. Also into nap time, right? Dude, on the way of the large lad. I had one for a little bit when I was in college, but I never used it because the mattress was too thin, he said. The average Forever bed has made my back so happy. That's valid. Valid. Make sure to flip over. Oh, sorry. Make sure to flip over your mattress every now and again. That also helps. I'm going to see Mew stream. Oh, whoa. Cat. Where's my wife? My wife, love you. Woke up from nap. Have a great stream. Alright. Alright. I'm gonna put this down. But I fell out of bed today because I don't got my groove in it yet, and I forgot my bed wasn't my tall bed, and I nearly had a heart attack. Damn. I hope you're okay. I hope you're okay. What is happening? Oh shit, I forgot. I forgot about this. Oh. Silly, silly me. Silly, silly me. What was their thing? It was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I fell all of 5 inches, but my brain was like, my bed is 2 feet tall. That's valid. Hey, now if you fall, you know, you'll be good. Also, there's less strain because you're not as high up, right? That's how that works? I don't know if that's how that works. Taylor about to put me back to sleep. Taylor's like, you're awake? Why don't we put you back to sleep? Oh, I just woke up. This is nice, though. This is nice. Man. No, I'm not good at eat. I mean, I can kind of fall asleep to whatever music, to be fair. But you didn't sleep long enough? You tell me this now? It's okay. It's okay. Next time, here, I can do a little prep for the next one. Cause you bet now that I've broken the threshold, and the threshold is doing it. Cause it's not that I'm self-conscious, I just think everybody's gonna leave me. Like, cows in a field. So the background would be a really, like, can we get an Irish one? Like, can we get, like, Ireland? I want, like, a dreary day. I want, like, a super, like, beautiful, yeah, like, this 4K mount, yeah, this. I like just some cows grazing or sleeping or something. And it'll be great. And I'll do that for next time. Next time, we need an alarm that people can pay bits to push back so they can pay you to sleep longer. That'd be kind of cute. That'd be kind of cute. I like that idea. Hold on, let me write that down. That's a good idea. That's a good idea, boy. I'm cooking. Kind of cooking right now. Where's my notepad? Oh, here it is. Oh, I also had an idea about this. Hi, I'm Elaine, aka maincoow. I am Elaine, your daily multifaceted, multi-asking main cast. Friend. Main cast. I kind of like it. I had that thought while I was eating. I like this. This is good. Also, if you still don't know, you can encourage people to snap along. That's the point. That is a big point of why I want to do like these like little napping bits, is so that people will also come take a nap with me. And then Sim said that I should have like an automated message, like if I were to take like an hour-long nap, like every like I don't know, like once or twice while I'm napping, there'll be like a message that's like, "Hey, are you still awake right now? Why don't you just lay down and take a little nappy with a light?" And we full send it. It would be great. I'll probably do that at some point, if I'm completely honest, because I've been thinking about it for a long time. There's no real napping people. There's no real nap streamers. Like, yeah, you got that ASMR and all that stuff, but you don't have someone that'll actually go to sleep. Necessarily, so. I got you guys. We will eat. Also, it just makes me more productive because eat is so nice. How many bars were there in this reference? Leave me alone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. Oh shit. 1, 2. If you aren't napping with me, you're watching me sleep, and that's kind of weird. It's not that weird. It can be a symbol of like taking care of me. Like, cause my VTuber lore is that I take care of people's dreams so that way they can fight back their nightmares. And if you are watching me sleep, you're doing what I do for you, which is take care of your dreams. So it's not all that, in my opinion. It's not, it ain't gonna be some Elaine sleeptuber arc, dude. High key sleeptuber? I like that. What about naptuber though? Can I be naptuber? I feel like everyone's like a eeptuber, sleeptuber. Can be a naptuber. Next nap stream will be a sleep token playlist. Let's go. On God, sleep token is what made me start falling asleep. There was a song that played, and I was like, no. And then Taylor was like, go eat. And I was like, oh, bet. Oh my god. Magic power. That's very on brand with the score playing. Fuck yeah. He's good for sleep. He is good for sleep. He's good for a lot of things. Wink. There you go. What is happening? I just wanted to look at this again. Oh, because I'm stupid, that's why. I'm stupid. Weirdly comfy vibes. I think it's the vibe of just like he's a good, like, has a good voice to listen to, because like there's endearment. The sound of endearment is always, well, I feel like will always help people fall asleep, because it makes you feel like you're being taken care of. And it's in human nature to want to be taken care of. Not that crazy baby. They're a lot thinner than this. I'm gonna make this a lot thinner. Also, I know that we don't really play Fortnite on this channel, just because it's something that I do off stream. But Fortnite's about to have a Gorillaz collab for their Jam Festival, and I'm actually really excited. They're adding Noodle and 2D, and I really want to play as Noodle. I think it's sick. I think that's pretty good for what it's worth. lens, temple, nose guard. I mean, I'm not against watching 2 weeks. 2 weeks? What's that? Eyes of rhinestones. Hinge. I'm just not good at it. I don't play it by myself. I've never played Fortnite by myself. I've always played it with other people. That's why I usually play it on the weekends with like Body and stuff and our friends. They like playing it a lot. I played like twice with Miu. Miu and I play a lot more horror games. This needs to be larger. Speak of the devil. There we go. About a river running right into you. You're the editor. What's half glasses? You got my body functioning on me. Camera based. Oops. You stop. UV camera based. I know. Doesn't Mashy and Joker play quite a bit of Fortnite as well? Actually, now I think about it, I think they do. Joker was in here earlier. Maybe not in here now because we took a nap, but I'm pretty sure they've played. I've seen them play Fortnite before. I'll go to the bathroom. Maybe with the song request. We'll go to the bathroom once I'm done with this. Two edge perimeter. No, I gotta grow. It's gotta grow. And two edge perimeter. Two edge perimeter. God dang it. Style with me. Slow. Camera based. This one. This one. I think we should do one in the middle. Yeah. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. But I'll still hear the song that you play, Bob, because I have my headset on. I'll be right back! I'm back. I'm back time for the song too. Hello. I have returned. He's on the topic. What? UV automatic. Why? UV camera based? Oh, is it because I didn't select it? UV camera based. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you, Buffy. Oh, I have to cut this again. That's okay. You know, I fixed the camera angle, but it's not. It is saying, no, sorry, Bob, no, you did not. I'm like, okay. Well, that was a. I don't think that was. This was the problem. Oops. No, it should be this guy, this guy, and this guy. Huh? Oh, a lot of these are just not unfolded for some reason. Boop, boop. Cleaner. Boop, cleaner. Unfold, optimize. What's wrong with you? Why you look like you be cleaner? Optimize. Orange shows layout. I guess that's fine. I just got off of work. Welcome back. I'm awake now. Welcome to the awakening. How you doing? How was the nap? The nap was good. I should have taken a longer nap, but I'll next time we'll just take it. We'll take a longer nap, but I'll take it later. But I feel a lot better. Smooth, smooth, smooth. This is not meant to be smooth. Feel refreshed. Even if it was like just like 10 minutes, in actuality, I feel a lot better, so I don't really mind. Yeah. Oh, wait, I didn't mirror them. Okay. Object X. Oh. My last call was a 30-minute Spanish call. Were they at least nice? Or were they assholes? Because if they're assholes, then we have other words. But if they were just a confused Hispanic person, then I have much to say, to be honest. Because I feel bad for people that don't speak English that have to deal with the English language, to be honest. Okay, these ones, these ones, these ones. On the layout. Excuse me. Huh? Why is this so weird? What the heck? Oh, the song is, but I like it. Got. Oh wait, no, this is from Don, isn't it? Guy must have been on the painkillers because I've never heard Colombian talk so slow. That is crazy. And maybe he was on some painkillers. Oh, this happened because I mirrored it, didn't it? Oh. Ooh. Okay, 1 second. Oh, there. Wrong way, -1. There you go. I don't like the way these lenses are. Turn these off really quick. So what's going on here, buddy? Why is it being weird, huh? Really? Is that better now? Not really. Okay, what about now? That is a bit better, in my opinion. Let me look at the reference. They're much more like, it looks like they're much more rounded, which is why I'm like, about them. Oh, this is yay! It's the Metal Exorcism. Pixels and I watched that episode not too long ago. Some of these edges just do not want to cooperate with me right now. It's kind of annoying. This is how the song has me. Thank you for the song request. Oops. Okay. Duplicate. These are fine though, right? Unfold, optimize, orient, show layout. Yeah, those are good. And then modify, convert, smooth. Oops. I'm not going to sleep! I've already gone to sleep! You can't make me go back to sleep, jailer. I'm not going. Can't make me! I'm awake. I'm in it for the win it. Trying to make me go back to sleep. I don't want to go back to sleep. Can't make me. Cannot make me. I am awake now. It's too late. I've already arisen. I feel like this part's wrong. I refuse. I refuse the sugar plum fairy princess fucking vibes. I will not be going to sleep. I have already fallen asleep. Sleep has already taken upon me and I am now awake. Is this right? This feels wrong. It is wrong because I didn't curve it enough. redo this. I don't like the way I did it. Fucking looks like one of those power readers from fucking Dragon Ball Z more than it does a lens with sunglasses. I did it wrong. Should follow. This part should be shorter. Damn it. Stop, I'm not a little baby. This song makes me feel like a little fucking baby. I'm not a little baby. I'm not a little baby. I'm awake now. Taylor! Taylor, what have you done? Kakarot, what does the futurist glasses say? Glasses say about his power levels? It says nothing, Vegeta. These are just fashion glasses. What? They say that Vegeta, that says that he's off the Riz. He's a true Rizzler. Stop, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, but I am a little sorry. Hey, what the fuck is this? There's like a little extra thing here. And a little extra thing here. He's I'm not saying that one. If you were to say like yacht or something, I might have said that one. I might have gone with that one, but no, not going with that one. It's a little too far-fetched for me. Wow. Don't wow me, old man. That word is not... There's ever so often there'll be a word in the new... Yup. You're old now. 2 days before I'm 30. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. This is what I do to everyone that's 30. This is what I do to Sim when he turned 30. This is what I have done to Pixels and he's not 30. Well, they are supposed to be that wide. I don't think they're supposed to be that wide. Hold on. They're supposed to be like... And the female Cheeto to go away. I feel like this song is making me upset. Not because I don't like the song, but it makes me feel like I'm supposed to be like a little... I feel like a little baby that's supposed to go to sleep. Wait till you turn around. You're gonna get a bunch of people dunking on you. People already dunk on me. I remember I had a friend. His name was Lanny. Hi, Rainer. Happy Monday. I missed you. Welcome on in. I had a friend. His name was Lanny. He's still my friend. He's not my friend. But I was like, yeah, blah blah blah. Don't you remember this, Lanny? And he's like, no. Why would I remember that? That you're old. And I was like, oh, I'm not that old. I'm like, when I was like 2 years older than him. I think I'm 2 or 3 years older than him. And I was like, oh. I wonder if kind of gives it better. I think it does. I'm already ready to be called old. You're getting up there, champ. I know. To be fair, I'm ready for it. I'm ready to be old. I'm ready to get on that fucking, what do they call it? I'm ready for the AARP. I'm ready for that shit. Give me AARP. I'm ready. You're even too old to say skibbity already. I just don't like it. I just don't like that word. I'll say, like, start digging in your butthole, twin. Or I'll say yacht. Or I'll say huzz. But I'm just not one for I'm just not one for Gia. I don't like it. The quote does not have the hole in it. I don't care. Granny, Boffy, you're older than me. Do not start with me. You are not allowed to call me Granny. Because that means you are fucking prehistoric, my guy. My generation's brain rot is way better than the new stuff is. Yeah, on God, I don't like the Gen Alpha brain rot. It's just kind of meh. Like, there's no substance. There's no substance, and it makes me sad. I'm mentally younger? That's not a good thing, Boffy. Boffy, that's not a good thing, my guy. That's not a good thing. I've only recently in my brain become 20. Thanks to being able to go to therapy. But it's not a good thing to be mentally condemned. It's not necessarily a good thing to have younger thoughts, because that just means you're not mentally mature. That's all. Like, I remember a few years ago, I would always say that I feel like I'm 14 because I never really got past the things that happened to me when I was 14, but I never thought it was a good thing, because that just means, like, when I interact with older people, I'm a baby. It also makes it hard for me to find friends sometimes. Personally. Because my mind is older than my years. No shame in having trauma. So true. So true. Never shame in having trauma. But also, it's not a bragging thing to be younger than your age. Because then when you respond to things technically, you won't be able to respond to them at an emotional maturity level that people may need around you. Which is where empathy comes from. Volume. Have some trauma? Some head trauma. Thank you. Thank you. I was missing some of that. Thanks for the lurk, Shams. Hope you're doing well. That's incorrect. Oh my god, Shams, thank you! Thanks, Shams! Thanks, buddy pal, oh man! Thank you very much for the sub at tier 1. I now have to put you on a list. It's a good list, don't worry. It's a little special list. I actually need to check this list. I don't think I need to. I feel like I've checked it for this month already. I don't remember. But it's the sub charm list. Well, a list of good noodles? Yeah! And you get a little custom item in my background. You get a little custom item in my background, and I put your name on it, and it'll be immortalized forever, even if you never ever sub again. It's a steal. It's a steal if you ask me. Where the fuck do I put that? I need to, like, bookmark it. Sub. Yeah. Oh, it's in my dashboards. Oh. Thank you, though, again, for the sub. I have quite a few to catch up on. Maybe I'll work on that today. I don't think I've gotten any other new subs. So, I will check it later this month. I have a little reminder on my phone to check it, so I will check it later. Once again. I know what this song is, but it's kind of a bop. We're in our healing aura. Aura? Oh, no. Nope, I'm shutting up now. Caught yourself, I did. I like the way Gordy does it though. His fucking error. I should do that instead. Just error. I think the problem is I can't see. This is the futuristic ones. I just need to see how it looks on the model like this. I'm sorry, I got you. No, I got you. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. I also don't want to listen to this one. I don't want to listen to this one either. I want something a little bit more upbeat. I'll take this. I'll take 21 Pilots. Shh, Taylor, it never happened. I don't know what you're talking about. I want to make this bigger. Is this how the models look? I feel like the models look different. And forget her, no. It's like more back, isn't it? Have you wordled lately? I have not wordled lately. I can wordle today, though. We can wordle as a little break once we finish this, though, because I like the idea of that. I don't know what makes this futuristic, to be honest. Yeah, no, please don't forget. I feel like this doesn't go up as hard as I made it go up. Like it goes more like that. God damn, this be looking like one of those fucking power readers. And there's only one. Okay. UV editor. No, please you forget. Even when I doubt you. Modify. Well, let's just do this first. UV camera base. 2 edge perimeter. Oh. Row 2 edge perimeter. Forget. No. Thank you for the song request. Some good vibes today here in chat. Unfold. Orient shells layout. Now, smooth, modify, convert, smooth mesh preview to curve. Actually, undo. Duplicate, then do it. Then put this one in here. Then we put this as lens 1. Just like that. And then we do this. And then we do this. We duplicate it and we do it -1. And then we freeze all of these. I take this guy, do the same thing, -Z. Same for this guy. Oh shit, Base Hunter, dude? Oh, we're going back. What was it? Ark played a song that took us back to this era as well. I forgot what it was though. Be afraid. I will never die until the end. This will be FRG metal. Till we die. This is FRG plastic. And then I've forgotten what I'm doing. This one. I'm sure. Oh wait, no, not yet. Movie editor. Yeah, UVs. That's fine. This one. Layout UVs. And then temple end, layout UVs. Alright, these not unfolded. What? Be afraid again. I will keep on fighting till the end. Oops. Made an oopsie. I will keep on fighting till the end. Maya, no. Okay. La 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 la. La 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 la. It'll be fine. Brace! Oh! Brace! I'm gonna save. Here. New. Select. What did this export do? What? Oh. This one, A, B, C, D, E, F. This one. Oh my god, I love this song. Airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars. I could really use a wish right now. Wish right now. Wish right now. Then that air. I'm sorry if I lag. Thunder like shooting stars. I could really use a wish right now. Wish right now. Wish right now. To a genie or a wish. Oh, the passion. Wham the passion. The blackness. I'm in the back. Never call you back. Is it silver? I already forgot what the colors were. It's like a gold. Use bronze. Airplane. Sorry, I'm late. Wait, don't close that gate. In the end, so I'm quite. Night sky like shooting stars. Please a wish right now. Wish right now. And now. And then my airplanes in the night sky like shooting stars. Please a wish right now. Wish. Ooh, actually. I'm gonna use these. I'm just gonna use this one. Ooh, so shiny. The subway. This color becomes this color. Oops, not that one. All the airplanes. Back to the day. All the rap games. Mixtape. My slang. Not someday. And the politics. Let's see. Airplanes. Night sky like shooting stars. There's a wish right now, wish right now. It's a surface. That's fine. That's not gonna change a lot. File, save as, apparel. There's this one. Getting lazy with how I named these, but it works for my naming conventions, so that's valid. It's not bad though. It's a good song. That's fine. Nope. I'm old, I'm getting nostalgic. I'm also, I mean, they're old songs. Save. So fast, so fast, so fast. So may have stopped by the store and bought myself a jar of Nutella. Fuck yeah, brother! Do I get any? It won't last the night. Are you going to share with me? I just want a little bit to put on some bread. Oh, now I want Nutella. I haven't Nutella in forever. I just have a little bit. Just a little bit. Promise I'm not gonna hog it. Promise. You got crackers or something? Just gonna spoon that motherfucker. I would take. On God, honestly, I think I would take Hawaiian bread rolls. And put some on there. I think that would be kind of good. Oh, stop. No, I think this was right. I just need to scoot it to the left. It is? It was. Okay, cool. Nothing but a minute of Ethan. Really? Did I actually eat for a minute? Yay! It's cute. I like that little BLT looks like he's on guard. Next time I'll make a scene for it. I'll make a whole ass scene for it, but I just did it on a whim, so it wasn't as prepared as it could be. God damn. Song's having vibes right now. FGR render. I spelled it wrong, but that's good. Alright, arm set. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Optimized. FGR render. And I just gotta scoop them. What? What happened? What? Oh, there. A little bit. There you go. Video in duff wage. Okay, 1 second. 1 second. You know. I need to plug in these textures really quick and then I'll look at it. Metallic. Roughness. There. Shit. Metal. Metallic. Roughness. Plastic. I think I have to make the model white so you can see the glasses better. Alright, what are we looking at? Oh! 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 Wait, why the plastic spoon? Why not the plastic spoon? Go get a normal utensil, you heathen! At least get a normal fucking utensil! No! I'm upset now. You pissed me off. Don't you know? I'm so upset now. I can't believe you didn't eat it with a fucking, like, a metal spoon. See, I like to combine it with crackers and make my own little cookies, especially salty ones. No, that's valid. That's entirely valid. I'm just really upset that Kiwi decided not. This is an Islander house. It's all plasticware and paper plates. You don't have. You need to get like a special tism spoon then. You need a special tism spoon. What the fuck? That makes my tism mad. I don't want to share it with you anymore. You can keep your Nutella. It looks so crooked. Is it just because of the sky? Maybe. I feel like it's not because of that, though. Nope. Hey, what the fuck? Well, they're like all fucked up. What is happening here? I have a 2-liter ginger ale. Okay, well, don't eat too much at once. You don't want a tummy ache, okay? No, this looks fine. I don't know what the fuck I did with this, but we're gonna put it back. Yeah, it's fine there. But it doesn't look fine here. What in the actual fuck? You know what? We're just gonna move this. It's in the front. Maybe in the back? Oh, it looks good on the side, though. I think that's fine. I think it's fine right there. Too immune to tummy trouble? That's valid. You. Ugh. Alright. I'm like stretching and opening my soul. This is futuristic rimless glasses. This one goes here, this one goes here, this one off. This one renders. Go down to these 3. We renamed this one as this twin. Oh my god! Thank you! Thank you! 001. Hell yeah! All proceeds go to. This is my bribe for Fish Tony Hawk. Well, we were. You know what? Fair deal. I'll take that deal. I'll take that deal. You got a deal there, buddy. You know? I was about to justify you not doing that, but you already did it, so thank you. And fair game. I'll buy it right now. Hold on. Hold on, wait. Give me like 10 seconds. I'll buy it right now. Oh shit! Buffy, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think I fucked up the render in this. I think I did. Hold on. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just wanted to be part of it. No, that's valid. Alright, we're gonna take... Whoa, what the fuck? You got a sub! No more! No, they're getting subs! People are getting subs! No more ads for them. You got me lazy right now. I'm like forgetting something. Oh yeah, I'm gonna buy the thing. Hold on. Right now. Fish. It's like hawk. Fish tank. What was it called? What was it called? Fish Tony Hawk. What was the game called? I forgot what it was called. Well, I'm buying it right now. I have to go back to Steam. Went too far down. Tuna Hawk. Okay, thank you. Add to cart. View my cart. Continue to payment. I agree. Purchase. Oh, I didn't, but I like the energy. Yeah, my bad. I thought you were one of them that got it, but my bad. My bad. I'm Yowie. I'm Yowie. I just gotta do it. I have burpees in my mouth. Where'd the fuck? I rendered it without the glasses. Oh, thank you, Kiwi. Thank you, thank you, Kiwi. Aw, thank you. Thank you. Now Chandler has one too. Yippee! Maybe who cares? What do you care? Woo! Nope, too late. Too late. It's already happened. No complaining. Too late. Prime sub now, you use it next month. You use the Prime sub next month, and you can save a little cashy now. And you're Yowie? What? I said Yahoo. I said Yahoo, right? I don't know what I said anymore. Let's call it me celebrating getting paid to write. Woo! I like the celebration plan. It's a good reason to celebrate, and I'm proud of you, Kiwi. You've been working hard. Yippee! Where is it? A B C D E F. Crystal shoes. For wash this one. To save. It's one of those, if I got rich, I wouldn't change, but there would be signs moment. True. So true. So valid. Okay, now I gotta do these two belts, which I've been excited to do. Oh no. Speaking of which, I need to figure out which TikTok I want to rework for long for video. Understandable. Let me know. Whenever. There's no rush for it, so. Email. Okay, so I gotta make the belt first, so let me Save CS, apparel. What was it called? Star chain? I'm doing the star chain first. Okay, and now that one has 3, and it's got a big O-ring connecting them all, and then it has 2 stars. To be honest, I'm tired of making stars, but it'll be okay. 8. I guess I'm tired of making gems. I'm not really a gem person. I decided I could suddenly duplicate I decided if I could suddenly duplicate money, then I would buy Twitch gift cards and shout out my favorite channel with subs and bits. That is a good choice. I like this choice. Alright. Hello, Compact. Welcome on in. I need a star. I just need a simple star image. I think it caps at like $500 gift card. That's crazy. That's still a big amount in my opinion. Okay, will the ones you love them. Turn your minutes into moments. You're scared to give away your babies. Cleaner. Unfold. Awesome. This is the gem cap is what I'm gonna call it. Nosages. Gem. We want this view, image play, and import image here. It's one of these. It's this one. Woo! Thank you guys so much for the level 3 hype train! What emotes did we get? I got this one. Bruh, I was playing Spelling Bee and they cut it short. They made it. What? Sorry, I'm a bit lost. I can't read. I'm bad at reading. That one's actually gay. See, I kind of like it. I like the explosion. How big are the gems on this thing? They're pretty small. I think it's like this small. I did one here. I did one here. Actually. 3 transformations. One. The bingo section works in stream. Really? It does. That's cool. I did not know that. I think I'll just put it here. There you go. Oh, Aug. Bring it in. Bring it down. Bring it in. Bring it down. Let's take these 4 and just bring it down a little bit. And the last 2, we're gonna bring it up. And in. And down. And in a little bit more. Nope. That's as in as it gets. Alright, these 2. We're just gonna modify these ones. To my brain. Oops. I don't like that this doesn't line up the way I want it to. That's okay though. There we go. And then let's do world and slide it down. I'll cut it off one. I should cut it off two, right? It's like, it should be this one. And then if we took this group, maybe it is this one? Huh? There you go. We're alive, 96, now 25. We're alive, it's in my mind. And then just mark these groups just a little bit. Then the strawberry creaming. Now we want more creaming. Strawberries and cream. Dr. Pepper, strawberries and cream. Strawberries and cream. Dr. Pepper, strawberries and cream. You want to see? These Why is it that when I rotate this, it's not the same? Doesn't make that much sense to me. That works though. This one here. And this one going here. I'll be honest, I don't know like how this looks. The taste of a poison that does. I don't know why I didn't just. Combine. Oops. Okay. And this page is centered with it. Oh my god. All this gem. Too high and come down. Hi, Momo. Hi, Ellie. Oh, hope you're having a good day. Yes, Moira. What's the matter, Beanie? My cat has come to say hello. Why? Why is this not doing the do? Why won't it fit? Why won't this gem fit in here? Why? Why? It's so close. It looks like it can fit. I'm just gonna keep scooting. Please. I mean, it's kind of like good enough though when you think about it. Oh, you know what? It's because the center of the star's like there, isn't it? Yeah, kinda. I don't think that's the worst. Like, it could be better, but it's not the worst. Right? That's like how it looks? Yeah, that's like how it looks. Does this, like, need to, like, move? I think it does. Oh, man. Not more like this. I think it should have been like this. And then this one should have been more like this. Reset. I don't really know what to do about this. Is this kind of what it would end up looking like? Is it would kind of look like that? Which I guess isn't the worst. That's better. Yeah. And now I can take this whole thing and combine it. And then there's another set. There are like a line. So it'd be. Take the gem. Thank you for the wellness check. I will redeem that in 2 seconds. There we go. Alright, let me drink some water. Okay, UV editor. These ones are different, so. Okay, there we go. Don't worry, I'm definitely drinking water. It's hot. Good, 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 good. Good, I am proud of you. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's like 3, 4. And then there's another gem. There we go. A little bit small so it doesn't flip too much. Okay. And then it has like 4 variants, but I think that this one is like 1 longer than I'm thinking. Oh, I didn't get to do this when Che played Kingdom Hearts earlier. What happened? What happened? I think I'm gonna show you this one. This one here. These ones. So find this guy. We have the star. I just realized something. It'll be fine. I'll just do it right now. We shall you set for you. Oh, that's wrong. See, right? Yeah. 2. Nope. Rendering boop. SC. No. SC. Let's see how my ear itches. Alright, now that we have that, we go here. And look at the song. Like this. Look at the song. Okay. I'm gonna duplicate this one. I don't know why I moved it. Well, it would move. Just a little bit. I think there's, for every one that there is here, I think there's one in the back as well. I just kind of want these guys to feel a little bit more bunched right here. I guess. Yeah. This side like this, and then this one like this. So there's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then there's this one, which detach. Curves. There you go. There's one. Give me a sub. Kiwi did. Kiwi did. The lovely, lovely Kiwi. It's my bad if you were waiting for what? And then edit point. And then detach. And take these ones. And this way, take these ones. No. Take these ones. No. Okay, bring them this way a little bit. I think it should go like this. Same with this one. Alrighty, and then put the star on. We can put the star on now. I think I needed to make the bottom bits longer. Do it, no balls. Kiwi is married, guys. I don't want anybody getting murdered in chat because they wanted to take a bet, okay, guys? Just putting that out there. Must be bigger. My wife enjoys stabbing children. Y'all have been warned. Well, luckily there's no children in chat. They're just some silly pillies in chat. In the face. And a bit. My shopping room and save. Maybe like a little bit small. Okay, and then okay. these guys. Edit, delete all the tech history, continue. We're doing this one first. This world, reset. And then UV. From the ambulance. In my hands. Then. See. My key. This way. Where are we at? It should be like 80, I think. 60, 70, 80. Wait, no. But then I might miss you, babe. The sexy Cupid, yeah, he wants to play, wants to play. Love me, just what you're waiting for a minute. Bind history, pre-center pivot. He is sick. I want to take a ride on your disco stick. I want to ride on your disco stick. Anybody want love? They want me, they want me. I feel like the hoops are too big. Now I'm gonna it's like different. Fuck. Want to bad, I love it, I love it. There, what about that? Combine. Some fun this beat is stick. I want to take a ride on your disco stick. The form for rap. Let's do 10. Yeah. There we go. How many of those is that? All 3 of them. Okay. I think I duplicated it. Oop. The form for rap. There you go. My BF started testosterone today, and I got paid for the first. And I paid for the first 9 doses, and it cost me $450, but it's worth it to see him happy. He's trans, and I love him too. Aww, how sweet! Well, I'm so excited for your guys' journey. I'm so proud of you guys. So many of my beanies are doing such big things with their lives. I'm so excited. I hope that it all goes well. This beat is sick. Looking. Looking. What's that? I'm gonna ride on your disco stick. So proud of my chat. My chat's so cute. I have to help him with the gesture because he's scared of needles. No, that's so valid. I would be too. I'd be like, no. I'm gonna do this, but I need help. And it's good at least they ask for help, you know? It's worse if they don't ask for help, to be fair. Or rap. Can you touch it out of my Oh, yeah, that one. This one, this one. Oh, your loving is all I can find. These in a little bit more. I'm gonna take these two and bring them. Okay, that works. And let's see how this looks on it. It's pretty good. Take this guy. Freeze, reset. Go. Total secret. And then the last one. This. Like this. These two. This is chain separated. This is chain one. This goes in the whip. Flat ring goes in here. This one. Which this one has. I'm just gonna make it the O-rings, I think. And then I'm just gonna. Whoop, like that. These are also UV? UV. Actually. Sure. I shoot the light till it's brighter. Oh, just another lonely night. Are you willing to sacrifice your life? I have to do like half, right? Oops. There you go. Braid chain. And then I combine. Okay. Scale. And then I need to rotate it. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. Rotation. And then we need another ring. thicker again. Not that thick though. I think this doesn't look too bad. I would take this and bring it in, I think. And then UV editor. Okay, oh, it's good. Cool. This will go in here. These go in here. This is belt 01. Duplicate, hide. Increment and save. These ones get history free center pivot. The editor. These ones. Windows rendering hypershade. Assign a metal one. Assign faces. Select objects with materials. Okay. Asia. What's this one? I think these ones are all gems. Just triple check. Yep. What about these guys? These guys go over here. These ones are the gems. Alright, who are you? Okay. This one goes here. History free center pivot, UV shell. UV map. Increment and saves in case I crash. Lay out these. I'm just gonna make sure. Assign materials to selection. Alrighty. And then this should be star chain. Define them. History free center pivot. Delete. Save. File export selection. I like doing belts though. To be fair, I'm tired of doing like gem studded thing, but I really like doing belts. They're fun. This one. Chain. I'll bake. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go use the rest of all this bakes. Ooh, chat candy. Alright, besties, I'm back. Alright. Okay, so, oh my gosh, you back. I'm back. I need this to be this one. And I need the glowing edge color to be off my braid. There we go. Silver. Is it a lighter? It's not really actually. Oh, on my tongue. This one, apparel, star chain. Evening, hello, Fox. How you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful evening, or morning, or night, depending on where you are in the world. I hope you're having a good time zone. Where did it go? Star chain. Made some soup and I'm chilling. Fuck yeah! What kind of soup did you make? Soup. Soup. Yeah, we all want to know what kind of soup. This needs to be on object now. It's Asian. Ooh, spicy and good. Yum. Makes me want to eat what's it called? Kimchi jjigae, which is like a kimchi soup. We don't have any. It's too hot, unfortunately. I need the. All of them on those. Red curry paste. Ooh. I love mushrooms. I love a mushroom. I love mushrooms. Mushrooms are one of my favorite things. I need to try something. That'll be fine. Gemini spouse does too for sure. Yum. But eating good make me happy. I like hearing the foods you guys eat. Cause it's not always what I expect. It's for us. I'm a big boss. There we go. That's fine. The rest of that's fine too. Okay. Export. Render. Increment it. Oh. This one, apparel. Star chain render. Okay, family cut. Twitchvod. Model cameras. Diamond. Base color, metallic. Normal roughness, flip. Dither. Metal. Base color. Metallic. Roughness. Hog, and then this just needs to be black. Image. this guy, and then I have one more belt to do, I think. That one's like easy because I kind of already made the base of it, so yep. There's at least 4? I think there's 4. Okay. On your face. Take your eyes. Export it. Cool. Start changing this time. Yep. Resync this one. Pop. Alright. Gotta do is make sure this is UV again. Which he technically is. Okay. Right. And then I know how to do this. Okay. What is this? There we go. Alright, and then we gotta split this into 4. 16, I think. Rebuild. Let's do 16. Alright, so it'll be 1, 2. Yeah. So it's like, actually, where is it? It's like here. It like goes here to here. Right. Curves detach. Move into Saskatchewan. Curves. Rebuild as 5, I think? No, 4. There you go. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Vertex. Edit vertex. 2, 3. Curves. Touch. Alright, and then curves. Alright, how's it looking? So if I did curves, rebuild, if I did 3, would that fix the thing I'm thinking about? Nope. She's flashing away. Oh, I think these are fine actually. How long are these though? 1, 2, 3, 4. They have 4 each. God damn. Okay. What we're gonna do. That's set 1. Set 1. Wait, no, this has gotta stay this one. And then like that. And then duplicate. And then go vertex. Again. They go pretty low. Alright, I have to rebuild these. Or can I smooth them? Can I just smooth them? Curves. Curves. I think I did something wrong. 15? I didn't smooth it. I guess it's because it's already smooth. What? What? AMU Discord, I've been informed the TCC job sim has got a big update. God damn. Uh-oh, looks like Kiwi's he's being tempted. He's being tempted. What the fuck is happening here? Oh. Curvature, fine. What if I did 3? Ooh, 3 works. I don't know what I'm crying. There you go. On the side of I got delusions to make and people to I got delusions to make people hallucinate. It's alright. That looks good, man. I think all of them give. Let's see this guy. Here we go. Alright, now these are all the curves. Okay. A flat ring and curved ring, we need them both. No. do this as 90. Here, it'll be a lot smaller. 22, okie dokie. And then this goes back. And then rotates. This one also go back. And rotate. So the world. Create transformations. One. Same for this lad. Create transformations. One. There we go. I call this connector rings. Hide those. Okay. Now comes the big part. Please. This is my last one. Wait, I need to mark off that I've been doing stuff. Cause on screen it looks like I've been doing nothing. Doing that right now. This one, this one. Okay. Should be about 80. Combine history for center pivot. I'll make you. Also might have to be doubled on the form. The 10. Yep, it's gonna have to be more than that. That's fine. Jeez. And then combine them. Now let's try this 10. Yahoo! What's your favorite sushi? Anything that has spice and crunch. Oh, eel sushi. Eel sushi is my favorite. Personally. Like, if I could only choose one, it'd probably be eel sushi. Mainly because I really like the sauce they tend to put with eel-based ones. Eel-based sushi. Fucking love unagi. Yeah, bro. That shit fucks. Oh, wait, not that one. Not that one. This one is these. So we brought down a little bit. I'm gonna take these guys. Bring those down a little bit. Do you go for tempura? I do like tempura. I do like, as long as it's like crunchy. I like crunchy. Or really silky smooth. Like the two things I go for, because usually the flavors that go with those textures are really good, in my opinion. Out of Kansas. Oh, this can do 60. Gaze in the sky like this. Yeah. I think it's because I can't tell the difference between a lot of flavors. To be fair, I can't tell the difference between a lot of flavors. I just like certain things. Deform program. Too many. Not this one. There's a Nova in the air, but someone's here. Songs in the sky. How is this bigger? How did this get bigger? This. I don't really know. Because that would be so. Oh no, it is supposed to be more. What the fuck? I'm stupid. Does you have a short story, an ebook? Should I design a Canva cover? If you want. If you want. It's all up to you. It's a you vibe thing. If you think that it would make you happier at the end of the day to see it when it's published with a cover, then do it. If not, then don't. Actually. This is... Actually, no, what am I doing? Chain to fitted one. Lord. Okay. Deform forever. I need 2.5. Deform. Hi, Alyssa! Hope the work is going good. It is. How you doing? Hope you're having a lovely day. We posted your meme on TikTok and to YouTube today. We just see how they went. I've been so busy. I haven't really checked. Refresh. Maybe 1 o'clock just isn't a time to post. Yeah, Omniscience got approved. Cool. Oh, guys. Maybe I'm just shadow banned on TikTok. I don't know. But thank you for the video. We still love it very, very much. This is chain to separated. Alright, now this is gonna be chain 1 separated. Could also be that. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to be honest. Let's do 50. No, let's do 40 actually. One chain 1. I'm currently doing some video scrubbing. Cool. I hope you have fun with that. I hope that's not too monotonous for you. Chain 1 fitted. Okay, now this one will go onto here and then deform program. And go 2. Let's make it all smaller. So it's a pillow. That's fine. Just want to rotate it a little bit. Four, 3. Squawk and Miles Basket while playing some RPG games. Fuck yeah. I wanna get high with my baby. High, 851. Actually, this rotation is fine. High with my baby. My baby. Bad either. This one, 2. This one needs a little bit rotation. What is this guy? Here we go. Oh, this is main chain. Main chain. Main chain separated. Okay, so this was 40, this was 60. Maybe 70? Chain 3, separate. And say goodbye. Goodbye. History favorites and I duplicate. Curve. Should just copy that 0.851, 0.851. That's not bad. Chain 3. Chain 3 fitted 1. Three. This one. Bum 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 bum. Oh, Angelly, what's your favorite to scrubbing videos? I just slide my thing through the timeline. Thank you for the song request. Yeah, I just slide my thing through the. Eldest grows upon ye. Thank you. Once you got me, I said I'm to you all my medicine goes to me. It goes to me. Do. Forfeited 1, 2, 3, 4. Delete. Nice. Right now, I'm just letting it play until I hear something interesting and then I bookmark it for later. That's smart. I don't think I've had to, like, scrub through a lot of videos, so I don't often just, like, listen to stuff. A lot of stuff, like, is, like, pre-recorded for me personally. I do it. Yeah. Two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice. Gonna look for a bit while end with this vid. No problem. Be here. I just realized I haven't saved this. What is this one called? This is called the chain drop. Chain drop belts. Chain drop. Thank you for the save check. Let me save. I was like, I should probably save this. And then I looked at it and I was like, I have yet to save this. Oh, I didn't find it. A little laggy. It's a lot of overseas. And then we put this one this way. This is the chain. Editor. Our house smells like biscuits. Our house smells like biscuits. It smells good. Oh my god. Hey chicks. Hopefully I said your name right. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm currently waiting to see if my Maya crashes. It might. It might. Hopefully it doesn't know. Well, they even a wellness check. Let me drink up. Is Maya dead? Oh, it's trying. It's trying its fucking best. I'll let it sit for a little bit. I'll let it sit. Start working on other stuff. I know where I am. It's that cool movie Says Funny store. Okay, that is not happy with me right now, so I'm just gonna go grab stuff for Bunchada really quick for a video. So it's 48, 49, 48. I tell you that it's gone. Oh, cute. I will use this one, I think. Oh, it's pretty cute. I'm just of their model. I love how they re-split dyed their hair. It's really cute. I like this art. The art was by them. So. Export. Is Maya done dying? Yes, it is. Okay, stop it. Layout. Should have saved. I realized I should have saved. It'll be okay. Video editing. This one. Video editing. Boop, 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 boop. I like I went to the wrong folder, but okay. There we go. Export. I don't think I'm gonna have to redo this one. I'm pretty sure if I just do it, it'll be good. But thank you for the path. But I'll keep it open just in case. File. Here's my chain drop. Chain drop out. Oh, my house smells like biscuit. I want biscuits. I want biscuits. This is going to be drop chain. Bake. Bake. Might as well just do all of them. So this one. Open. So let's go here. Oh, it was steel. Steel's pretty. So, Light Pixels is just making biscuits for one or what? No, it might be my roommate. They went to Costco, so they might have gotten some food and are baking it. What's this one's color? This is like a gold. Ooh, brass. This is going to be drop chain underscore metal. Smells so fucking good. I might have to ask for a snack. Oh, it is about that time. May have snack. Alright. No, this one's chain drop out. Texture select. Oh, I did it backwards. That's fine. Oh, I exported the wrong textures. Oh, fuck. You know, I listened to this. I don't really want to listen to this. Holy sounds. Save. Change. Save. Okay. And then we go to the render model. Right, this one goes here. Then I'll recenter them after. This one's easy to center. Oops. Oh. Okay. That's easy. Yeah. I am the confused. Oh. Here we go. This is object now. This one. Oh, oh, this one needs to come forward just a little bit more though. Chain. Marmoset. Alright, oh, we're doing Ava this week, right? Yeah. Ava. Actually, we should do it in order. To be honest, we should do it in order. So I will finish this, and then we'll do it. So I don't want to go back and forth. Metal. I've been struck by inspiration. Fuck yeah, I'm proud of you. Keep flowing with it. Keep pumping with it. You got this, Kiwi. Get your shit. Get it down. I'm gonna rip off the Dune covers. What does that mean? Elisa Nagaib? Lisa Nagaib? listen to me. This is the for the Sundaris. Oh, sounds good. Do it. Three short stories. I like it. I like it. Very excited. I really liked how that story was, so I'm very excited to hear more of it. Can't spell, apparently. Hog. Okay. Now we go to a bunch of other stuff. Would be good for your heart. I wonder your heart. Alright, let me reread the script. Imagine myself. There's a this place looks where it looks like Costco, but different. Wait, I know where I am. It's a cool and goofy Space Bunny store. Let's go say hi to Manchada. She may run a legally distinct superstore, but I'd say she specializes in treats. There's treats, that is, between illustration, chibi, and emotes. Bunch's art is perfect for those with a creative sweet tooth. Okay, I think I'm gonna go grab. Oh, I want one of these so bad. I want one of these. Oh, how much are these? They're $30. I canceled my other commission, but I don't use a PNG-tuber ever, except for when I hang out with wife. Fuck. I want one so bad because they're so cute. I want art from Starby. Daughter of the Midnight Sun, Lady of Ashen Skies, Eclipse of Her End. Whoa! When do I get something like that, Huey? When do I get a cool title? When do I get a cool title, not just my meme title? 2. This is for emotes. Chibi's illustrations. Need illustrations. Oh, my nose. Ah! Oh, not a meme? Hey, man, just sometimes. Maybe sometimes. Maybe not all the times. Maybe, like, every, like, maybe at one point when, you know, you just got that spark in you, maybe you could just give me, like, a little bit of leeway with a little bit of a cooler title, maybe. Obviously, you don't have to. I just wonder what would it be, and, you know, it'd be cool. It'd be cool. Oh, this is a good example of her emotes as well. Okay, so we said in illustration, chibi's emotes. Oh, I would, honestly? Illustration, chibi's. Well, let's do it like this. Illustration, chibi, and emotes. These 3. Which is art is perfect. Those with the creative see-through. They even have some hyper detailed stuff for those wanting a deeper flavor. I see. Okay. Do they have? What? Oh, I thought you said it was hot, and I was like, how would it be hot? I'm sad. I got plantain chips from Trader Joe's and they taste like nothing. I'm so sad. They taste like nothing, chat. the bag said sweet plantain chips, and these taste kind of like I can get a hint of it at the end, but it tastes like nothing. I'm using this one. Yeah, but remember when we had the ones you put in the air fryer? Yeah, but it was more concentrated. I just wanted it to be a more forefront flavor in my mouth. Only add sugar to dehydrated fruit, I guess. I just wanted more plantain flavor. Okay, cool. I got all the things. I just need to download it. Yeah, I mean, these are plantain chips. I can taste the, like, it's not exactly banana flavor, it's just, like, plantain flavored. But it's like, I just wish it was more flavor. I want more flavor. Honestly, I didn't realize it in Goro's model. I got it. What's happening? I love these eyes. These sad eyes are so cute. I like the big highlights. What do my sad eyes look like? I forget. I just know I cry. Highlights don't get bigger. That'd be cool if it did, though. Ow. Turn down a little. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I will look at it in 2 seconds. I'm very excited to read. I just want to make sure that I do this. I get all these. I want to accidentally miss one and be like, did I get that one? Elaine, goddess of maternal love, champion of dreams, dreamer of plenty. God damn, that sounds cool as fuck. Give me that. Give me that. What's going in here? Fuck yeah. Also, I can fucking remove these now. I didn't use any of these. Usually I use this, but I didn't. Not today. Thank you, Kiwi. Thank you. Huh? I know I have plenty now. Add labels. Script has been written. It's got media assets. It's got that. So I just need to change the cover. Upload cover image. Ow. Alright. I also can switch over to a different screen now. There you go. And you pop you over. Alright, and then our synopsis for the short. That mean I upload this? I don't think I did. I wonder if YouTube liked the little video better. I forgot. Boop, reuse. 18. 5. Nope. Stream. Or 18. No. Next. Publish. Remove thumbnails. August. There we go. Close. Alright, what am I doing? What am I forgetting now? We're doing Ava stuff now. Which I might have to hide my screen bar. Oh, do I need— not yet. I'm going through your scripts first, and then I'll be doing my— I'll DM you when I get them done, so that way you're not, like, waiting for me. I will let you know. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna read this one. What was this Twitch clip? I love the part. I like the— you wanted the 15 inches part, but I honestly really loved her saying the, like, if you love wiener and you know it, clap your hands. I'll see if my wife wants an epithet. What you were— epithet? Epithet? What's that mean? I do not know that word that you just put in my chat. That did not make sense to me. What's that word? What does that word mean? I feel juked. It's a fancy title? Oh, okay. I guess I feel less confused, but still confused? Like Mother of Dragons. Let's see. Oh! Oh! We're talking about my wife! Sorry, my bad. Teehee. Go. What's her— this one? Eva underscore. Honestly, I could see Mew as, like, mother of all sea creatures. Okay. I like you do. Stream. Nope, video editing, B-stars, 24. This is 24. Ooh, 24. Selection only, export. Why did it go in there? No. Wait. What? Did I accidentally click cancel? Okay. What am I thinking about? What am I thinking about? Okay, I think this should be fine because it has to be. It's TOS safe. They're on Twitch, so this one. Okay, wait, I gotta read the full thing now. I like their 3D model. It's really cool. I don't know why my words stuttered there, but it's really cool. I like it. Ava actually got a model from Yagi Luro at one point. Her male model she got done by Yagi Luro, which was cool. My art papa. My first model. Insert image, incel, browse, stream. I can't believe I got done with work before, like my 3D modeling work before 8 p.m. I'm very happy about that. I guess I'm getting faster at them. Tomorrow might be. I don't know. What am I doing tomorrow? What is my plan for tomorrow? Wait for next steps. Wait, did I mark you this paper? Sorry, hold on. Ready for review. Ready for review. I have to upload the images. I forgot. Also, I hurt my nail the other day. I fucking bent this bitch backwards and it didn't chip, but it fucking hurts. I think I should put like a band-aid on it at some point. Cause anytime it moves just a little bit, I get that tinge of pain from when I bent it, and now I cry. I cry because it hurts so fucking much. This one. Ready for review. This one. So it hurts. It just hurts like a bitch. It just hurts like a motherfucker. And I don't want to like trim them because I want to repaint them soon. It kind of hurts like a bitch. It's kind of annoying. I'm doing this one, and then this one. That one's gonna be a bitch. I don't want to do that one. It'll be fine. I just gotta make one strand and then I can vary it, I think. Hello, Zato. Welcome in. Thank you for the vibe check. I just want to do these two because they're so similar. It's only Wednesday thing, right? Yeah, and the rest of these are Friday. I want to do the headphones. Blah, I'll do them. Alright. Yes. What am I doing? Oh, no matter if she's 3 inches or 15, this eye-catching orchid mantis lava lamp will have you losing your head. Mmm. Entertainment, which is yours. As a voice actor, you'll never use what comes out of your mouth, even if it's something you'll cringe. Variety gaming and VTubers go hand in hand, but Ava's personality brings a unique flavor. Okay, cool. So this one's kind of more like I can show off her variety of things that she does. It is good. Trying to scroll and it's hard. Hi, Devouring! Hope you had a good day with the kiddos. Have a Monday. My computer is lagging. Or I think my browser's lagging. I think I have too many Chrome tabs open. That's 2. I think this is... No, this was 4, right? No, this is 3, because we don't include the intro. Well enough, I'm glad. I'm glad. Top 30. Let's do this one. This one. And then we can do top all. Save. Stop, nobody knows. And get back with the name on it. Then we out of here. Up out of here. Why is it not letting me scroll? Why can't I see more of them? Why can't I see more of the clips? Ah, my headset's falling. My headset's falling. Open like a new tab. Download. Oh, my headset. I'm sitting so uncomfortably because I'm trying not to let my headset. Super Mario. Madness. Scrolling. Let's see. Oh, I didn't finish what I was doing. Hold on. This face is full. Moving a face like yours. Change features on 16. And then this will be nope. Nope. This one. Train. Futuristic. I'm gonna go here. Let's start with this. What's next? I'm presuming. Okay, yeah. Better. I'll be alright. Okay. Oh. Okay. Alright, now I did the things. Alright. Okay. Boop. Boop. This is the intro? Is that on the intro? I forgot. I think it's this one. Nope. It's this one. Cool. Okay. Alright. Change cover, update. This one. Labels. Aug. I gotta do vaccinations. I do vaccinations. Nope. Coming out tonight. I'm coming out tonight. I'm coming out tonight. I'm coming out tonight. This one. This one. You can probably get the stuff art as well. Strange. Share, download, transparent, current page, transparent, download. I'll try to I kind of don't want it to look like it's going into me. There you go. Making sure that should be fine because that doesn't get covered by things. Video editing. Did you know this one? 15. Save. Okay. What doesn't kill you actually makes you stronger. That's what a little algae can protect you from. I think Kiwi sent me gifts and stuff that I should take. You goddess of longing, traveler of unknown waters, matron of thirst. Yeah, that sounds about right. Scrolling. Oh, okay. I didn't know it was an MP4. Huh. Let's go over here. Okay. What doesn't kill you can actually make you stronger. What video would I put behind that? Stronger. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand on little taller. This one. This one seems pretty motivational. It's okay, that's fine with me. Could believe it, let's believe it, let's contrive. What does a killer actually can make you stronger? That's how a little ouchie can protect you from this. I know. Vaccine. Ooh, that one would have been better. Window. I have to go to enshrined, the website. This one? That felt like such a few phrase, by the way. A little ouchie. A little ouchie. It's true. I do say that. Woman don't get the blues. I don't know what category this is, so I have to go through all of them. The dentist. One word from you and I would jump off of this. I don't think this has the one I want. I think it might be this one. What? I was sorry. Isn't it? I'll go home. What is having? Oh, this is the one I was looking at earlier, I think. Yes. What's this one? I just look up a shot. Oh, what happened? Okay, what about vaccine? Yeah, I want this one. Oh, man. Save. I want this one. Or maybe if I look up needle? No. I don't think it's this one. Oh, it's gonna look like this one. These are like symptoms. These are injuries. I wonder if I can look it up here. Photo stickers. Hmm. Oops. What is getting... Aha! I got one. So it says medical? Medical. Okay. Those guys then. Okay, so hospital. Hospital? You know, I wanted something like not as scary, you know? What about like Band-Aid? Band-Aid's like pretty like, cause you always get a Band-Aid after you get a shot. Yeah, look at this little kid. He can do it. He can get the flu shot. So can you. Alright, so... I forgot where I was in my script. Okay, what? Okay. Oh, no. What doesn't kill you actually makes you stronger. That's how a little ouchie can protect you from this year's virus. Yeah, I like this one. And it's a good thing because they're weird little guys that can make even smaller bacteria. It's even hard to say if they're living or not since they have their own genetics but aren't affected by antibiotics. Something with a name that literally means against life. So if they're so tough, how do vaccines work against them? The trick is they take advantage of your... Okay. I'm trying to think. It's a good thing because these weird little guys that are even smaller than most bacteria. It's a good thing because these weird little guys are even smaller than most bacteria. It's even hard to say if they're living or not since they have a life of their own. Since they have their own genetics but aren't affected by antibiotics. Something with a name that literally means against life. So if they're... Okay, so let's do... What's the tape one? Sorry, I got distracted by a tape one. Trying to think. Bacteria. I like this one. This one's cool. It's multicolored. I like it. Download. It's a good thing because they're weird little guys and are even smaller than most bacteria. It's hard to say if they're living or not since they have their own genetics. Bacteria. I like that guy too. 3. Vaccines help against them. Traditional vaccines use a weakened version of the virus, while newer vaccines use copies of their genetics to produce antibodies. Medicine. And it's a good thing because they're weird little guys. That are. Oh. And it's a good thing because they're weird little guys that are even smaller than most bacteria. It's even hard to say if they're living or not because they have their own genetics but aren't affected by antibiotics. Something with a name that literally means against life. So if they're so tough, okay. Clip from what's that one movie with the germs? I fucking forgot what that movie was called. What was it called? Osmosis Jones. There we go. Osmosis Jones. Yes, thank you, Kiwi. Thank you, Kiwi. Thank you, Vexed. Yeah, I want Osmosis Jones down there. Start function. Yeah, okay, that'll download. Oh, but So if they're so tough, how do vaccines work against them? The trick is to take advantage of your own healing superpower. Oh. This miniature mugshot isn't what makes you sick after getting a shot. Instead, it makes your immune system more active while learning and flip from cells out. Okay, this one. Start function. This will make your immune system more active while learning and producing defenses against future infections. It's like a medicine does a magic trick to make you think. I think this is this one. What was this? Huh? Oh shit. Save. Thanks, Kiwi. And this one. Where the guys are just doing how to say the other nothing. Mock shot isn't one of those in your immune system. Now we do like sick. With flu season right around the corner, I hope this helps you remember to schedule your shots. Oh, I should probably do that myself. I should probably do that myself. Now, I left my phone somewhere. Know what? That works. I was thinking of the scene at Cell at Works where the white blood cells learn to recognize the bacteria. Yeah, I mean, I'm just collecting, clips of both Cells at Work and Osmosis Jones. So that way I can have both. So I can, like, pick and choose from different... Because the Cells at Work is just the trailer. And then I just took whatever Osmosis Jones clip I could grab. And I have both. I forgot what I was thinking about. With food? Oh, I want a pharmacy. Yeah. Yeah. Do you, Kiwi, do you want me to send you a render of these videos before I post them? I like this one. Cause I can, but I will say I'm kind of lazy about making edits after I make things. Feel called out? I mean, I just want to make sure you like what I'm making, because I like you're literally doing 50% of the work. I'm doing the other 50%, so it's like valid if you want to see it. Oh. I'm just gonna download this in case I want it. Plus, we normally think in the same direction. I like your style. I just make shit up. Plus, we normally think in the same direction whenever I suggest things. That's true. Similar brain cell. I forgot what I was doing. You messaged me and I was like, what am I doing? Alright, cool. It's actually pretty pogging that we have like most of the stuff we need for it already, because that makes me pretty excited, because that means we're kind of working ahead of schedule in a way, because usually I would grab these type of things tomorrow, so it's kind of a nice feeling to already have them. Okay, that's good. Edit labels, music subtitles. I just need to record the script because it is written. Alright, now I do Vibe and Shine. And then we will take a break to play some games, I think is the plan. I want to play... I didn't download the game yet. Hold on. Let me just destroy my thing. Yeah, I was proactively productive, and it's very helpful, and I really appreciate you. Alright, let me just destroy my internet download speed really quick. So I also have to play this one. 5 minutes until self-destruction. Because I got a thing for this. Install. Cool. Okay. Cool. Feel like I'm forgetting things. I was just checking something. But my brain is like, eh. Alright, favorites. I like the hamster. I like these three. These three are pretty good. Wow. I like this one too. We did the tadpole. I think I'll do this one. This one is. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, let me down. Video editing. 35. Save. Wibbly wobbly wiggly wobbly wibbly wobbly. Can we get the like the normal one? I want the not sped up one. See what the movies. I want more on his little arm wiggle. This one. Oh, that's a heartbreak one. I wanna do this one. Save. So I like the Carnotaurus. He one of my favorites. Oh my god, my neck. Holy shit. What did we do? We did Pug. This one. Oh, we'll do turtles. Okay. I didn't take screenshots of any of those. Okay. Hold on. No, I don't want that one. I think I should have taken over the video that I got it from. Alright. I got a challenge for you. What's up? What is my challenge? Not that one. This one. Please. Hog. Run, 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 run. Run, 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 run. Run, 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 run. More. Like this one. More. This one. Run, 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 run. Okay. A Lane Carnosaurus dance emote? Shit. Okay, hold on. Let's see how hard that would be. I want a GIF. It might. I just need the, he got the arms for it, he do. Wait, is it? But to be fair, when we look at his little dance, is it not similar to this, though? When you think about it, at the end of the day, is it not kind of similar to that? Because he's, like, waving his little arms. I definitely could try it, though. I don't know. It's not really good, like, frame by frames, to be honest. I like this, though. This image right here makes me really happy. Then you do, like, a hand emote. Are we willing to do, like, a hand emote, maybe? Look at his little arms. Just look at his little hand. Look at his little hand. I have an idea for an emote. I have an idea. I should replace the face with the peak eyebrows, and it's the same thing. Wait, which peak eyebrows? Which eyebrows? Please be by date. No, it's not by date. Boy. Oh, this one, this one, this one. Export. Video editing. 5 and shine. Go to 5. I forgot to do the hashtags too. Oh shit, yeah, no, that's valid. That's valid. Okay, I need to grab the people. Can I just go back to the video? No, I can't. Okay, cool. Means I have to search for it, which is fine. I just need the multiple links. It's at the end. Whoa, that's not his username. Hashtag. Let's do one per video, see what happens. I need this one. Okay, Johnny. Nope, not that one. This one would just be this. Maybe the wife wants ice cream, no problem. This one. The highlights. Nope. Live gym. This one, this one. Hello, hello. Hello, Luke Tentacle. Welcome on in. How was your stream? Did you have a good stream? Did you have a good time? Welcome on in. How was art? What were you drawing? Let me give you the follow. How's it going? Hi, my name's Elaine. Oh wait, hold on. I have a new introduction. Wait. Hi, I'm Elaine, your daily multifaceted, multitasking friend, maincoow. How's it going? Thank you. Of course. I like your little profile picture. Welcome on in. I hope you had a great time. If you need a raid and rest, that's understandable. Raiding does take it out of you, but I really appreciate I really appreciate the raid. I hope you had a great time. You're adorable. It's like, oh, thank you. Thank you. That means a lot. Welcome. I hope you had a great time. We're currently working on some scripts for the TikToks. But feel free to settle in, get yourself a snack, go nap if you need to. We're just vibing. Let's see. Hello. My brain immediately died. Hello. To this little pug. Oh no, from this little pug named Johnny to the world. It seems that they not only have stolen my heart, but their mama's phone. So quick, before their mom realizes. But quick before Johnny gets in trouble, say hi. Be sure to say hi. Hi back. Good lord. Thank you for the head. Hello, hello, hello. From this little pug named Johnny to the world. It seems that they have not only stolen my heart, but their mama's phone. They're waiting just so patiently. Patiently. So let's quickly, before Johnny gets in trouble, be sure to say hi back. Yeah. I think that's not too bad. Yeah. Speaking of back, let's travel back to the ages of dinosaurs and revisit this clip from, what the fuck was the thing called? What was this, this show called? Ooh. What, I forgot. It's like a documentary. It was by Apple. Wasn't it? Prehistoric Planet. Prehistoric Planet. From prehistoric. Speaking of back, let's travel back to the ages of dinosaurs and revisit this clip from Prehistoric Planet. My most favorite scenes. Well, like, I know that the missus didn't really like his dance, but I loved it. Like, look at his little blue arms waving so hard to press. They certainly impressed me. Speaking of they certainly impressed me. Just like this impressive couple of turtles dancing their days away. I know turtles tend to live for a long time, but I believe that these little turtles will love for even longer. Be sure of you for those. Okay. That was pretty good. Whoops. 35. Okay. Soft, sweet. They're so impressive. Week's lineup of fun videos. Ooh, wait. I also have an idea for this. I don't know if this would help either. And then, yeah, I'll just take these and put them. Oh, okay, I don't know what that was. Stop doing that, please. Okay, so I did press escape. Ah! Ah! Stop. This is a nice and wholesome song. Yeah. Oh, totally. Mm-hmm. He's like so happy that the lady came back that he clearly missed, guys. Clearly. I think this one's good now. I just need Kiwi to look at it when he gets back. Oh my god, guys, we're gonna be able actually to do stuff today! I'm thinking, okay, what should we do? What should we do when we get done? With recording. Should we play Mine? Oh, we could play some Mine. Oh, we could work on our outfit again. We could redraw our nighttime outfit. We could do that. We could do that for a little bit, and then I'll play some Minecraft at the end. I'm kind of liking these ideas. Oh, it should be this one. Yeah. Okay. I think that I might do that. Because Miu gave me an idea on how to draw something. She taught me how to... She gave me an idea on how to draw the ruffles for my outfit, and so I want to try it. Okay, so we gotta play some game. We gotta play some games for review. We'll also wait till Kiwi gets back to play Fish Hawk. Oh, Tuna Hawk. I'm gonna head out for bed. Have a good stream. Thank you for hanging out, and thank you again for the raid. I hope you sleep well. I'm blessing y'all with good dreams. Good dreams. Good dreams. That's tiny. I don't have a version without the logo on top, which is unfortunate, but... Thank you, Okawas. I'll go wrong. It goes on and on. Truth me, child, bless you. It's hard finding a feminine silhouette since I base it on Verbosa. I believe in you. Video editing. Oops. Also, who's Verbosa? 5 minutes until... What was it? Until self-destruction. 5 MUSD. 42. Save, close. Okay. If it's who I think, you should talk to Quetzal. You should talk to Quetzal, because Quetzal's model is like that. It's based off of Verbosa a lot. So you should talk to Quetzal. She might have good references. She had a lot of good references for her model itself. And her model has that kind of physique, so you should definitely. I'm gonna grab the store. And then tuna cake. Oh, I can't download this from here anymore. It pisses me off. It's more of a far in the foreground thing. Huh? I want the trailer. This one. Kiwi, are you back from getting your Wi-Fi ring? So I'm feeling like I'm about to start playing this game. Some games. Including Tuna Hawks Underwater. Ah, shit. I needed that Steam stage. I am. It was just downstairs. Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were going out, and I didn't want to assume that it would take less time. Okay. 5 minutes to search is a skate song. Think faster, get blown to pieces. Okay. I like this one. The ship is filled with interconnected puzzles and mini games that test your login and observation. Is that all they have? Five minutes until self-destruction is an escape room style puzzle game where you're trapped on a spaceship moments before the destruction. Think fast or get blown to pieces. The ship is filled with interconnected puzzles and mini games that test your knowledge, observation, and quick thinking. Can you outsmart the countdown before the timer runs out? I want to see if they have anything over here too. Currently out on Steam. This is such a long name. Amazing Substitution is currently out on Steam. It's currently out on Steam. And we'll test you to the breaking point. Or maybe the winning point. Right. It's currently out on Steam. We'll test you to the breaking point. Or maybe the winning point. It's down to you to find out. 5 minutes until self-destruction is an escape room style game where you're trapped on a spaceship moments before destruction. Think fast or get blown to pieces. The ship is filled with interconnected puzzles and mini games that test your knowledge, observation, and quick thinking. Can you outsmart the countdown? Can you outsmart the countdown before time runs out? Personally, I don't think. Okay, this one actually I'll insert that after I play it because I'm like 90% sure I don't do well under pressure. So, yeah. Escape room. Thank you for the wellness check. I think we're about to find out. Alright. I'm gonna shove some cheese into my mouth. Ow. And then I'm gonna try it. Actually, let me put ourselves in this one. Done. Alright. There you go. Alright, you ready, chat? I have to change the thing. Oh, this opened quickly. It's not designed to be a long game, so we'll get to the fish game soon after, I think. Ooh, maybe we should reward ourselves with the fish game after. This game's loud. After. God damn, this game is loud. I can't think. Okay. After we do VO, maybe? Because then we're just hanging out. Alright. Are we ready? I hope so.
Self-destruction sequence initiated.
Oh my god, the look sensitivity. Hold on. Less? I don't know. Is this better? This is better. Okay. There's puzzles. Use E. I don't know what that's supposed to do. Oh, that's also a keypad. That's a keypad. Okay, let's go this way. I like the art style, like the cell shading. It's cool. Am I this guy? Oh, I am this guy. Okay. Pause. Oh shit, son of a bitch. Oh shit, son of a. Okay, nope. Alright, we go about this calmly. Son of a bitch. How many numbers does a code need? 4? I know I could probably brute force my. I wonder if it's randomized each time. A door has opened. Yahoo! Which door opened? I think it was this door. This door opened, maybe. Elevator has no power. Okay. Did this door open? I have to get it down. I like this. This is a good puzzle. Oh, fuck. There we go. Another door has opened. I think it's this one. Escape pod? But if it's not random, I could probably social engineer it to open. That's crazy. Probably though. Hello? What is the next puzzle? Give me the is this the next puzzle?
8.
What? What was that?
4.
8 what?
8, 0, 4.
804?
4.
It says 804. What does that mean? Everything else needs a 3-digit code.
0, 4.
80. What is that for? I'm pretty sure everything was a 3 code or 4 code thing. 804. Oh, this one was a 3. Son of a bitch. 5 minutes actually, you know, I'm learning is not a lot of time. I think this might take multiple runs, chat. I can't use this at all. It's
0, 4.
okay, I think that's all. It's 804. I don't know what 804 is for though. What is it for? What is it? What is it for? What is it for? I don't understand. 804 408 1235. Interact, escape. Me in. No, no. The desk is 3 digits? Is the desk 3 digits? I thought it was 4. No, it's 4. Yeah, it's 4. What do you mean? Okay, this opened the door. Yeah. Oh, wait! Oh, let me through.
Let me through.
Oh. Oh. I didn't mean to do that.
1 minute until self-destruction.
Oh, fuck. Oh fuck, what do you mean? How am I Dude, this one sucks. And then this one? Oh shit, I fucked it up. Okay, and then... Oh, son of a bitch. Yes! I have 24 seconds. I have 24 seconds, dude. What is this one? I don't know what this one's supposed to be. What? I don't think 5 minutes is enough. Are you winning me? No. How the fuck am I supposed to get all the puzzles in 5 minutes?
Sequence
okay.
Initiated.
Wait. We already know the codes, right? So can we just use them again? Son of a bitch, it's random. Hold on, nope, restart.
Self-destruction sequence initiated.
We go down this way? Go down this way first? Okay. Ah, fuck. Oh, why can't I just use my mouse? I'd be so much faster if this was with my mouse. No, son of a bitch! Oh, I can't use my mouse! I'm restarting. I can use my mouse!
Self-destruction sequence initiated.
Okay, wait, we can do this so much faster because it'll be like that the finger snake game. Oh, it's so much faster with the mouse. Son of a bitch! 4 hours later. Shut the fuck up. Stop. What do you mean? Stop, stop. Still have time? Still have time? Okay. I think taking longer than 30 seconds on a puzzle is gonna get us fucked, so... Okay. Slow and steady. Haha! Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go! I'm gonna go this way, this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. Let's go this way, this way, this way. Maybe not. Maybe this way. Oh fuck, this one's harder than the last one! Oh no, I'm panicking, chat. I'm panicking. No, wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, this one has to go here. This one has to go here. No, it's gotta go like... Yeah, there we go. Fuck, holy shit. Okay, a new door has opened, and then we gotta go... What? I don't hear any code! Give me the code! The ball's gone! The ball is gone! No, I did that one. It didn't give me a code. It didn't give me a code, chat. It didn't give me a code. Where's the ball? Oh. 274, 274, 274, 274, 274. 274. Let me out. Let me go. Let me go. If I didn't have to wait for this bridge twice, and I swear to God, I would have already been over there. Okay. I think this one has to go up. No, this one has to go up one more. And then... Oh shit. Yeah. The door has opened. Which one? Is it one of the ones over here? Yeah, it was this one. It's this one. All right. Okay. Fuck. Power has been restored to the elevator! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Going. Did I win? Oh no, I'm going back down! No, let me back up, let me back up, let me back up. Go quickly, quickly, quickly. Okay. Okay. Alright. This is the puzzle.
One minute until self-destruction.
Oh. Oh my god, what is this? Oh. Ooh. What do you mean? Chat, this is hard. What do you mean? I don't know which way to go. No, please, no, please. Oh! I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die, chat. How am I supposed to figure out all these puzzles in 5 minutes? I'm not that smart. I'm not that fast. No! Alright, try.
Self-destruction sequence initiated.
Okay, alright. Don't die at the
Self-destruction sequence initiated.
Okay. Alright, we got this. Ooh. Wow, okay. Can we not run any faster? Okay, and then we do the pipes. And I gotta listen for the sound frequency.
Seven. 147.
147, 147. This is bullshit that I have to wait. You wasted like 3 of my. I think this one is not different. Fuck. Oh, let's go, baby. And then this one goes over here. Right. It's this one. Yeah, and this is the button one. Oh, this one's hard. What? This one? What the fuck? What do you mean? Ah! What a god gamer, thank you. That one was hard. There's always one that like seems to trip me up. Alright. We won't go back down by accident. We're going this way. Okay. I don't know. 437. Oh, okay. So even if we went down, even if we survived that one, we wouldn't have known what the password would have been because I just left. 437. 8045. I'm pretty sure it's 8045. 8045? Oh! Escape pod! Unlock escape pod door. Return. System controls?
Self-destruction sequence aborted.
Oh! Did I win? I win. I think I won. I win? I still have to leave? The escape pod didn't open. I have to go open it, right? Wait, what? Did I not open the escape pod? 8045. Did I do it? Escape pod. All of pods are designed for long. Protocol alarm escape. Oh, I guess I didn't click it again. Alarms? Oh. I don't want to read all that. No. I think I did it. I think I did it. But the ship's not gonna do anything. Cause I aborted the sequence. New high score. Time completion 4 minutes and 53 seconds. 7 seconds left? No way. Okay, we did it. We did it, chat. Aren't you so proud? We did it. Okay. Personally, I can't say that I do well under pressure, but I can say that I had a blast. I adore puzzles. Maybe not high intensity. What? I finished it with 7 seconds left to spare. But you can beat my time. Okay. There was something that they said in their key mailer that I want. Even when you failed, you still had a blast. I did. I think I like this one. Alrighty. I didn't mean to do that. Upload cover image. This one. This one. I'm just gonna grab this for 43. 43. Tuna. Ain't underwater. Well, I guess I could do a little bit of art before we play the Tony Hawk one. Okay. Layered, maybe? Pajama. Tony Hawk, they added a Doom guy in that, right? Did they? Did they really? We're playing Tuna Hawk? It's a fish version of Tony Hawk. Hake like cake? Oh! Tuna hake. You should write that down. I should write that down. I will write that down. Tuna hake. Tuna hake. Good night, Chippy! Haka. Haka the dance? Haka tuna? Haka tua? Good night, Chippy. Thank you for the good night, bonk. I hope you sleep well. This one. I want the ruffles from this dress. Stop touching it. You two an animal. I won't make you fall in love like on your gorgeous day. Don't go up a monster. Ride you to the bones. On the thank you for the lurk. There's more than words. I want to see other people wearing this, which means oh, wait. I like this one. Give me this one. Yeah. Hey, come on. Wants to be a creation. Need this imagination. Only for a moment. And give. I'm so proud of you. And I'm like the Viking. Yeah, I will say Haktua. But I refuse. I don't. What is skibbity meaning? I saw a TikTok that explained the meaning of it and I forgot what it was. Oh, it's like unhinged, right? Fucking unhinged is better. I feel like there's other words that are better for that instead of skibbity. Just saying. I'm not saying a lot. I'm just saying. Is this the brush I like using? Or is it the other one? I can't tell because it's not drawing a color. I think it's this one. Unhinged? Yeah, I think. Isn't that what it means? Or did the internet juke me again? I'm gonna sketch this. There's no reason I need them. Actually, then let me use a pencil brush because I like how it sits when I'm sketching. Actually, I like the square brush. I wouldn't know if it has a meaning. That's okay. Wait, if you don't know that it has a meaning, then why are you getting on me about me not being able to know what it means when you don't know what it means? What if I said words that I didn't know what they meant, like, all the time? I could get in trouble. I could get in trouble, chat. And then if they're like, what word? It's secret agent man right now. Secret agent man. There's just some words. I'm just taking notes. Okay, valid. Actually, Elaine, they're just noting your interesting difference in linguistic usage of certain words. That's how I feel right there. I don't know if this is still gonna fit under the jacket. I guess I should have checked that first. Is this bird in a cage? Or fish in a bird cage? Yeah. Is. I didn't check a BZ stream today, my bad. I should have checked. Okay, and then I want the rest of it to go away. I don't want the rest of it. Wait. I need the ruffle ones. I don't understand this one. I think this is just like a top one. I don't think it's a bottom one. Okay, I think that's good now. I'm gonna throw that in here. Yeah, I just want one more ruffle here. I'll go like so, yeah. Yeah, like that. I think. I'm pretty sure. Meaning boards happening at me. Okay, Kiwi. Okay, Kiwi. I see what games we're playing today. To pay. To cry. Okay, does this fit under my cardigan though? It like just doesn't, so I can just make it a little bit smaller. It's gotta go under here. This gotta fit under. I'm making a cover. A cover? A cover of what? Oh, cover your book? But you're the one that posted the clip! You fucking son of a bitch, getting me confused. Oceans rise, empires fall. We have seen each other through it all. When push. God damn it. It made me so confused for 5 seconds. To remind you of my love. Da 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 da. Say my love is raining, can't go on. Be the one to complain, I am gone. No, don't change the subject, 'cause you're my favorite subject. Loyal, royal subject, forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Not before I can fight the wind over. Oh, it's the wrong layer. And I love you to my dying days. When you're gone, I'll go mad. Won't throw away this thing we had. And push comes to shove. Ribbon? Question mark? Strappers. I don't like the floppy ones. The floppy bows. Do I want them lower? I could put the bows. I don't really get the. Look. It's cover. On hell of a lover. I could have like bows here and my armpits. I don't know if I want that. So it'd be like. Off the shoulder. I want it more natural. Like, I want it to be like, oh, she actually is, like, wearing it off the shoulder. I actually kind of like this. Kind of cool. This one's cute, too. But all my stuff is lopsided. Should I have something that's more symmetrical? Well... Let me look at it. Let me look at my mouth. This one has a sleeve that's off center. And then the other one is symmetrical, I think. This one. Other than the bottom, which you don't normally see. So symmetry is boring unless you're Death the Kid. That's true. Alright, I'll take it. It's like my whole model's kind of asymmetrical a lot of the times. So I didn't know if, like, I don't know, having something a bit more symmetrical would be nice. But Death the Kid was, like, one of my favorite characters other than Soul, so. I don't know what I'm doing. This is not what I want to do. I want to do the strap, which I liked how this worked. So. Oops. Way out the dark all the time. Turn symmetry off. Asymmetrical just like, but no, Kiwi, no! No! Age of a knife. Well, that's interesting. So, this right here. And then it goes down to wherever it meets. So I want it to meet there. Dorado is a city of gold and secrets if you don't tell a soul. Right, that. I don't want it to be like almost a bit thicker here. And then I like the kind of like sailor kind of, in a way, like cuffs that I gave myself. This is where I do want to use symmetry because I'm fucking lazy and I don't want to. It's gonna be the same. It's just one's gonna be cut more than the other. Mirror, mirror sitting up high on the wall. Me from the bed, I told him my soul. And for the favor that he knows. City of gold now. Let them all the secrets if you don't tell us so. El Dorado is a city of gold now. Met the fucking devil now. He rules what I saw. Now we turn some shit off again. And then how does this look? This kind of just goes over the booba. Okay, but I have a new question because I fell in love with the Verdigris house characters. I fell in love with I'm kind of in love with the princesses of the Verdigris house, high key. So I just want to see how, like, if there's anything from their, like, outfits, because their outfits look hella comfy in terms of, like, material, so I'm just curious. Okay. I kind of like this, like, accent that Joka and Comfy with Zero support, yep, and Pyron has. This kind of, like, accentuation on the chest in a way. Like, it's kind of like this shape a lot for them. And they have, like, something here. And I wish I could incorporate that in a way, but I don't necessarily think I can. I think it's just a lot of, like, off-the-shoulder-esque things. I will say that this slope is kind of more like, yes, please. If you could give me some Korean ones, that would be kind of dope. Okay, let me, at the very least, I think, draw this sleeve, because I kind of want this asymmetrical sleevening going on. Also, I think I forgot. I was supposed to put this on my throne so we can start funding it. I'm gonna be saving up for it, but if anybody wants to help. Psh, sounds of Buster crash landing into your chat. Hello! Hello, Buster. How you doing? Oh yeah, I forgot. There's fan suggestions. Add cash, I think. This is for... none of these emotes are good. It's our favorite alien. It is. Hello. Do I have sleepy? I always have sleepy stuff. Let me use... definitely not late. No. I wouldn't say so. For, Elaine Eaper. To help Elaine get a fancy new outfit. Oh. If you showed up, you weren't late. That's my opinion. Help the Milk Club. A full wardrobe. Is where you can. I'll have crowdfunding. Proceed. Luckily, Chinese and Korean cultivation fantasies are pretty similar aesthetically since it's set before they separated culturally. Yep. Are they not all set in China regardless? It depends on the culture and when it takes place. Because the cultures do diverge very drastically after a while. And then kind of reconverges when someone decides to invade one of the countries. But, you know, we're not really going to talk about that. I don't want to talk about it right now. Also, I'm not a very good history nerd, so, like, you know. Like this one. Can I keep them? Yeah, if you want. It's up to them, though. It's a consent thing, you know. It's not really up to me. We're a family here. We gotta consent with each other. I'm thinking Good, how's it like to be you? You can feel like Superman. Anything you want. And like lore settings of stories, rather. No, it's again very different depending on, because it can change the like a lot of the attire and a lot of the mannerisms for the like whatever you're reading. I don't go for children. Lucky for you, they're not a child. No children are allowed in this chat, to be fair. I don't know how this works. Yeah, isn't it more like, okay, yeah, it is. I might have made this sleep a little too long. I think that's okay though. Where does the crease come from? No one is wearing this in the way that I want them to wear it. It's kind of upsetting me, I'm gonna be honest. I think this is less drastic. I guess it depends on the fabric, but I think. So I'm like kind of thinking like if it were closed fully, it would kind of be more like how this sits, but then like it comes off. But if it's that thick, it makes me wonder if this would be thicker. I wanna go like almost like this. Yeah, I think I like that more. And then this one would be even bigger because... What is this coming from? What? Thank you, Kiwi. I could exaggerate that harder than I could exaggerate this more if I wanted to. Kind of push that, kind of like that it's coming off the body kind of vibe. I think that means I could push this a bit. I feel like that means this could be like a bit more like this, and then we can have a bit more of it like coming out. I think like this, and then like this. I'm like deciding if I want ripples though. I don't feel like I do, but I do feel like I want, like how this has that little, like it goes in, like it goes. This kind of goes like this, I think. And then it goes like kind of back down and then like that. I'm gonna make it deeper though. Do I? Oh, and I'm so excited because I'm close to hitting affiliate. Let's go, baby! I'm so proud of you. I'm sorry I wasn't there for your stream earlier, but I hope you had a really good time. This like weekend when you were working on cosplay stuff. I hope you had a good time, but I'm very proud of you. I can't wait for you to hit affiliate. Fuck yeah. It was cool. I'm glad you had a good time. And then I can kind of like do the same over here. Just more time. I think this comes down. There we go. Look at that. I'm kind of digging the little cuts in them. Little slits in them. I think they look nice. Shorter outfits tend to show more youthful and scandalous women. That's, yeah, it depends. It depends on how close they are to the nether regions. At least in those settings, yeah. Yep. Which is kind of why I like them, because it teeters. It teeters, and if you do it well, it looks good. It's a good balance of playful yet like mature a lot of the times, which I like a lot. I think me having my bow is gonna be fun. I mean, I can just take it off whenever, so it's not like it really matters. But I like the silhouette of this a lot more. It looks better in my opinion. How the fuck did dresses look when the... I don't know if it'll accentuate my booba. I don't know how cloth works in that fashion, if it like accentuates like that or not. How does my shirt work? Oh, it's just like a shadow implication. Okay, I think that's fine. I think that's okay. Then I don't need to draw them. And then I do want my little pockets. Kind of like how... Cute pocket. Cute hoodie with pockets. It's a pullover. I feel like I have to do something about my nails, but I'll do something about it later. Mob. What's a mob to a king? A lot of these have the pockets like quite low. But then it would take away from our ruffles, which I don't want to do. Love. Alright. Oh shit, damn it. Hello, Milk Moon. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. We're just doing a little doodling. How you doing? But having it... Okay, I have a new problem. Wait. Wait, I'm having an idea. No, I'm not, because the words wouldn't fit. I don't really know. My brain is kind of confused. Because I want to be able to write text on my boobies. I want to put outfit design for your model. It is! I'm currently trying to design like a bedtime outfit. Sleepy time outfit. Something a bit comfy. Feel free to give me your input though. And if you're generous, maybe if you want to go on my throne, then maybe help us crowdfund it, that'd be cool too. But also, just advice is always loved. I'm not sure if you're going for a celestial fairy vibe. Not really. More like, honestly, kind of like this. A mix of like this. Honestly, kind of like this vibe. It's like cute sleep time wear, I feel like. Don't know if I should round the corners off though. I probably should. I probably should round the corners off a bit more than I have been. To make it more playful. Hey, what cheap at? Is this for a envtuber Elaine? It is. It is. I want to do a funny thing where I can put text on my boobies and we can talk about it. Hear me out. I'm hearing you out. Fem Jinshi. What about Fem Jinshi? What about him? I just got to that episode, by the way, where like Mao Mao like does his makeup and she's like, "Oh, I could use the makeup that Mei Mei gave me and put it on him," and they're like, "Oh, he's too beautiful." I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know if I should do like, let's layer it. Why don't we layer it even harder and we do another layered shirt? And we can put text right here. That looks stupid. I don't like that. I would also like to see text on my boobies. I think that's why I scooted this up more. Which I could still do. Just as, if I'm honest, like, I don't like where it sits, but I'll adjust it. I'll adjust it because I want to do quirky, funny things with my mod. So essentially what I think I'm reading is that I need to make it a more drastic, like this, and then like this is just much more drastic. So we can have more room on the tetas to do silly, funny things. But I forgot I saved similar references for my own character. Fuck it. Yahoo! And now we can have funny words on our boobies. That's not bad. I mean, I feel like it's not as sensual as this one. Maybe I can like meet in the middle. Hold on. Sorry, I've been in and out so much recently. My brain is fucked from being at uni and I've been going to bed earlier. You're fine. You're totally fine. If you're getting rest and you're taking care of yourself, that's most important, Bex. Did you co-sleep with Elaine? Yeah, did you? Did you? Probably not. I think you lurked when that happened. That's not bad. That's not the worst. And then we can still have text on our boobies. I need to decide if I want to. I did not. It was 6 p.m. here, so I would have never woken back up. That's valid. Did you have dinner yet? Have you had dinner yet? My voice really got scratchy when I did that. It has to be that I went to Insomnia. Oh, you went to Insomnia, Cookie? Without me? God damn, what'd you get? Insomnia Cookie is like a place that like sells like specific types of cookies. They're really good. It's like Crumble Cookie, but like way better in my opinion. Like a pom pom. Like a pom pom. No. God damn. I think these are a little fancier than I'm going for, Kiwi, I'm gonna be honest with you. They're very, very fucking pretty, but I think they might be a little fancier than what I'm going for. Cause I'm just a little guy who likes to sleep, you know. I don't have the rulings of a courtesan. Oh, ooh, very talented your sister's friend is. The cake place, but they are open like usually on Union campus. I got mini chocolate chip cookies and a mint ice cream for later. Yum. Yum. Hope you enjoy. It's so dangerous to across the street from my dorm. It's valid. All the treats. I have to space them out. And I can. Oh, damn. Yep, you're gonna have to be very careful then. Wait, I have an idea. Wait, I think I'm thinking about this wrong. Like a rubber bum bum. No. What helps is the main dining hall is in the building, so I usually default to that being the easiest, but also the cheapest. That's valid. Apron with pockets. Gotta save those dollars. Yep, you gotta save them dollars. Yeah, I want something like this. Lights all of the lines. A little guy who's gonna try to actually start getting on my license. I believe in you. I believe in you. If I got 15 meals a week, but only like $300 for non-dining hall, yep. Be careful about budgeting. I feel like this pocket's too small. Sorry, I was like deep in thought about this pocket situation. I want an obscene amount of pockets. Well, maybe not an obscene amount, but I want more. And then that way I could put a little moon symbol here. It's a little... Okay, well, I rotated it a little bit too much. I reorganized my desk area again. Yeah, you like it? You like it? I think I did this pocket wrong. Stupid. I really need to settle on the setup. I mean, you don't technically... Alright, I really have to get to bed. I have class at 10 a.m. I believe in you! I hope you have a lovely sleep. Love you, Vex. Love you, Twin. Have a lovely eat. I will see you tomorrow. I can't wait to hear about how your class goes. And I mean, like, to be fair, Buster, I never really settled on my office how I wanted it. And so I have thought about changing it. So I don't think you don't have to be in a place where, like, it gives you happiness. It doesn't have to be final, you know? As long as it gives you happiness. A little patch. Like patched on her. I don't know. The thing I forgot to do, this part. You would at least get the outside of the tetas. Trying to get an actual functional setup. That's valid. If you need any advice, like, you know, any tip. Kiwi, this is my response to that because I don't like feet. This is my response, like don't like feet. Where is it? Yeah, we'll do this one. Oh. I was gonna do the stare emote, but I couldn't find one. The pocket feels so small. You laugh. You laugh. I am pained by the sight of feet and you laugh. I'm kidding, I don't. Some of them have the most. I refuse. $50 and I'll read one of them. I don't like feet. Feet are weird. Feet are so weird to me, dude. And then the feet. Out of all the things, out of all the subjects. I already get paid for the game. Are you paid for the game? Yeah, that's valid. Speaking of that game, let's, are we good on the script stuff? That way I can record them and you can play that fish game? I don't want to play the game now. I don't want to play the game now. So kind of like, I want to sit with this a bit more. I think I like how the ruffles are sitting. I like how the top is sitting now. The next thing I kind of want to work on will be like the ribbons. So I want ribbons again. I just don't know how I want to do them. Everyone is good? Cool. I gotta try. You are totally fine. It's my fault. You're my fault. You can't do nothing. Yeah, clearly it's your, no, it's, okay. It's both of our faults. No! The brush, it ruined it. I think it'd be cute if I had like a little dangly right here, a little dangly. Little dangly right here. Maybe like a smaller dangly right here. Gonna be a moon. God damn, why they all got such big tetas? I think you have a good harem love story, even without the main girl having huge ass fucking tits. But I'm not complaining, I'm just curious. Oh. New setup is in the fridge. Alright, give me 10 seconds. I just gotta fix this again. My brush decided to spaz out on me. Yeah. I can have dangly danglies without having dangly danglies. Cool. Ooh, that's actually kind of fire though. I like that you have crafting space. You have a very similar desk layout to me, except mine's flipped. Mine is flipped. But we have a very similar desk layout. Isn't that true, Harem? If they don't argue by pressing their bazongas together? That's true. That's true, though. I do want to also... Oops. I just want to do the symmetry for the accent lines. Because I like these little accent lines. I'm very much sold on having to have these like little lines on the side. I don't know why, but I just want them. Okay, this is where it gets on here. I need to quit playing and making some real polycool harems. I believe in you. I believe in you. Do it. I don't even care if they include the fuck-ass protagonist. It's valid. A lot of protagonists and harem enemies aren't really my type. I often tend to not really like harem mangas and stuff. I just like the portrayal of courtesans in the bottom layer wouldn't have it in Apothecary Diaries. I don't know, sex workers was always just portrayed in a particularly interesting way to me. I feel like a lot of the times. I don't know how I got that to line up. I didn't want them to. There you go. Have you ever seen Kyo Mao? No, I have not. But if they smaller Bazonga, then they argue by making out. Good point. I like this point. What the fuck? What the fuck? Have I told you about my Monster Girl courtesan story idea? I don't think you have. Good. You should. You should tell me after you review my last script. I'm very intrigued by this. Oh man, I'm very intrigued by this. It's like you could do so many different species. I love things with lots of different types of people and characters and personalities. The show where the MC gets isekai'd via toilet and he get twirly whirlied. Something leads me to believe that he's not only get back to work, yes, boss. I mean, like, but like, don't like get back to work, but do it quickly because I want to hear about this story idea you have. But also, and Taylor, I don't think I have a feeling that getting swirly whirly isn't the only thing that he is coming across. And then the other world tells him he's the demon lord. Not bad. Not bad. I don't know how I want to do these pockets. These pockets are kind of bland. Bones and spade, not the ASAP. You're asking why I say that. I'm chilling. I like that. I forgot I was going to roast you for the start of the second line. What? What are you talking about? Speaking of back, what was... Speaking... What? Wow! Leaving a yaoi bait ensures with Bishi demon men. Yaoi bait? Really? Yaoi bait? Am I Christian Minecraft server? I mean, hey, as long as it's tasteful. As long as it's got substance. You're the queen of cheese? I don't know what this has to do with anything! What does cheese have to do with me? What have I done? I don't know what I did! Am I just a cheesy writer? Is that what you're telling me? I just write a lot of cheesy things? Because if so, fair game. Like Whole Foods. I don't play more Whole Foods. I say them ASA. Okay. I just want to get loose bow strap dress. My favorite harem anime will always be My Next Life as a Villainess. I feel like I know that one. I got it confused for a second, but I feel like I know that one. I like this one, how this one sits. I noticed that the bow's a lot thicker. I like that you tried giving into the first line, but the tradition was so cheesy. I don't know what to tell you. That's just how I write. I don't know. I'm just a cheesy little guy. I should have been a mouse VTuber. I don't know what to tell you. All routes lead to doom. I like this. Girl just slowly builds a harem on accident. I mean, if they're charming, can't blame them, can ya? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing, chat. She's trying to avoid death. I mean, valid. But, like, you can also be charming and avoid death, too. You know? I don't know if this should be like this or not. I think it needs to be like this, and then like this is on top, and then this is on the bottom. This doesn't read as a bow. It's making me upset. Okay, hold on. Floppy bow. Excuse me. Alright, what about like one of these? Just make it way shorter. I think this one could work, actually. I feel like this could work. How I love you, how I'm break. I hope I will go break. Your idea of referencing a real thing was so fucking smart. Funnily enough, there's quite a number of video game isekai where the MC tries to avoid a bad end and ends up with a harem. That makes sense. Because of their good deeds, they just kind of become rewarded with people that like them. Good. Okay, bye. Okay, bye, wife. Thank you for the advice. Goodbye. I love you. Saving people that should have become villains or victims of those villains and conveniently helping the hero out. You basically become the MC yourself. Yup. And I feel like that's just how it is because you see a lot of that person's perspective. You're not seeing the other person's perspective as much anymore. So I did this wrong. It should be like this. I don't know. I think I like it like this. Yeah. Let's flip it. So I'll never forget the day I accidentally watched all of Rent a Girlfriend. Is that one good? Does it end good? Does that one have a good ending? I've heard good things about it. I've just never watched it myself. I've heard that a lot of people like it. I watched it all in 3 days. That's crazy. What? What? Did you just say it doesn't know if I have hair or not? I think so. I think so. I've seen a lot of clips about it, I should say. don't think I did this right. Let's go straight down. Erase this part. Erase all. Should be a smaller bow, maybe. And then it goes right here. I think I like that. Restaurants. There goes my other booby. The other booby. What? There you go. Yeah. I think having two little bows there would be fine. That's like hearing good things about High School DxD you didn't. I think... Okay, that's valid. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about a different anime. I don't... Or maybe it's less so that I've heard good things about it and I just heard that I should watch it, maybe? Maybe it's that one. I think I like this. I think the only other thing is the sleeping mask. I'm like wondering if I would have ruffles on the... I don't think I would. I honestly don't think I would. Because I don't really like those kinds anyway. Well, dog woke me up, so hi. Hi again. Hello. I'm sorry that your dog woke you up. I just had an idea. To turn this off. Just had an idea. Look how BLT ears sit. Let's see. I feel like these eyes are small. So it's like. That reminds me of the Skinwalker, my dog, 836. Oh, damn, is he okay? What are you making a reference to the Ray from Princess and the Frog in the caption? Huh? A little light. Oh, no. But, yeah, I guess now. Now that you say it, yeah, now I wanna. Wasn't intentional, but yes. I can rework it, yeah, if you want. I talk about butts a lot. I think I made his ears too big. Will like gobble myself. That bitch had to eat through plastic. Jesus. Poor Beanie. No pour anything when it comes out of that mutt. Too late. My brain is braining, I think. I do like a loafed cat. I do like a loafed cat. Like, okay, then I think I made BLT's face too big. I don't know what to put his hands as. So I like their face. Thank you for the wellness check. I hope you're able to get back to sleep soon, Condemned. Nah, I'm up now, damn. Unfortunate. You wanna survive? It's only Friday. How do you get BLT's tablet to work? It's just a screen capture that I did a 3D move effect on, so that way it just tilted, and then it just goes on top of, like, a little, it gets masked out, and then I put a tablet behind it. That's all. It's just like a normal, like, video share, it's just smaller. Like an application, like a game application or game share. If you need help with that, just let me know. Done. Cool. Kiwi, what do you think of this little sleep mask that I'm doing? Now it's like, it's Moira and BLT and they're snuggled up. Huh? Check the... Wait, what? Oh! The fucking Nutella, dude. I swear to God. He ate it with a plastic spoon. He ate it with a plastic spoon. It was very terrifying. Smoosh. A little leg. We'll allow a little leg. I don't know if I'll have the other arm. I don't know how I feel about this. Like, arm is like not. Oh, that's good. This is good. This is good. No! 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 No. Okay. Now the next question is, should it be tilted? I think it would be. It's a little bit big. Oops. Oh, it's gotta go on the other side. See, okay. Time to do the scripties. Trying to get your crush's attention even harder in the dino dating scene. Oh, look at this big guy waving his little blue arms all over the place. This is one of my most favorite scenes of all time. Like, I know that the missus didn't really like it, but that's why I loved it. They're telling you romance, doesn't it? Oh, watch, is this wow, Kiwi's so good at this. Kiwi's so good at this, guys. Just gonna work on this good, okay. Kiwi's so good at this, guys. Okay. Alright. It's almost like Kiwi writes, I know, right? It's almost like Kiwi is my co-writer. Alright. I'll say the same thing I did to me. What did you say to my wife? My mouth is all chopped, you know, because I chugged my drink. I chugged my Advanced JJ. Alright, Bill, so you're gonna have to poop for a little bit. People need to stop giving me a big head or it'll get bigger than chibis. No. No. Suck my nut. I will grow balls sooner. Like physical, real, functional balls before I stop. Okay? Okay. Launch anyone. It's all too much. Where's my other OBS? Oh, speak of the devil. I'm just... No, I'll do it now. Hold on. Did that export all three of them? It didn't. Export. And then recording studio. I cursed our Discord with the Nutella too. That's crazy. Kiwi, I'm just gonna say this. I didn't need a reaction. I deemed that normal. What do you mean it's not normal? Not with the plastic. If it's like a normal spoon, fine, but... If it wasn't with a normal spoon, fine, but it wasn't. So that's what made me upset. Alright. Let me record our scripts and then we can go play game. This place looks familiar. It's like Costco, but different. This place looks familiar. It's like Costco, but different. Wait, I know where I am. It's that cool and goofy Space Bunny store. Let's go say hi to Bunchata. She may run a legally distinct superstore, but I'd say she specializes... She may run a legally distinct superstore, but I'd say she specializes in treats. Visual treats, that is. Between illustrations, chibis, and emotes, Bunch's art is the perfect... Between illustrations, chibis, and emotes, Bunch's art is perfect for those with a creative sweet tooth. They even have They even have some hyper-detailed stuff for those wanting a deeper flavor. Whether you have the Costco membership, or you're just coming in to try samples, there's always... Okay. Whether you have the Costco membership, or just making in... Whether you have the Costco membership, or you're just coming in to try the samples, there's always some eye candy on screen while Buncha works. Chill with Copo, their space manta pancake while learning what rigging and modeling is all about. Chill with Copo, her space manta pancake. Chill with Copo, her space manta pancake while learning what rigging is all about. Just keep in mind, they might be better at being loud than teaching, which is fine for me because I don't listen. What? Kiwi! Which is fine for me because I have a hard time listening. If they're not in the liminal space powered by her wife's crashed spaceship, hop over to Blue Sky and catch all of Bunchata's updates. Offended. I didn't even read that line, Kiwi. I'm offended. Now all of us can afford metal spoons? Can't you just go to, like, the Goodwill and hand-me-down stores and just get some spoons? I feel like they're $5 for a big bag. I'm feeling a type of way. And I'm feeling... Tell me later. I don't want to do that. I wasn't sure if I made it clear what I meant with the garbled note. Which one? Costco. They stream legally distinct from Costco. I blew up the tea. Do you want me to say this one instead? Or is this just a note? Why is DaVinci being so weird? Okay, it's fine now. I was thinking of an After Effects censoring Costco. Yeah, yeah. Oh, no, oh, you mean garble like it's corrupted? No, yeah, I got that. I got that one, sorry. I thought you meant something else. No, yeah, I got that. I can do that. I've never done, like, a voice effect before, but I'm sure there's some presets that could do something like that. I'm sure it's not that big of a problem. If not, I can run it through something. It's not, I'm sure. Yeah, that's no problem. I got it. I gotcha. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. You might find some free sound you can throw over it and lower your audio if needed. Yeah. Like, worst case scenario, I can do that. But, there are, like, odd fusion effects. I don't know if there's audio effects. Yeah, there's audio effects in here. Yeah, no. I can do it. It will be fine and great and dandy. Do not worry. I'll just leave a lot of the editing for tomorrow. I'm just gonna cut out a lot of the blank spaces. I think is my plan. Wait, what? Lena, are you into any sports? I don't know a lot about any sport, but if you're excited about a sport, I'll get excited about a sport. I think the sport I only know the most of is baseball because Pixels like baseball. That is so you what? I think this. Oh, it's right there. Aug. Okay, save. Yeah, and I can do the rest of the editing of that tomorrow. Save. V-Stars is next. V-Stars goes here, V-Stars here. Okay. There you go. Normal. Okay. No matter if she's 3 inches or 15, this eye-catching orchid mantis lava. No matter if she's 3 inches or 15, this eye-catching orchid mantis lava lamp will have you losing your head. Magical randomness got mixed into a lava, and now Ava is here at. Magical randomness got mixed into a lava lamp, and now Ava is here for her entertainment as much as ours. As a voice actor and an ASM artist, you'll never be disappointed by what comes out of her mouth, even if it's sometimes cringe. Even if sometimes you'll cringe. Variety gaming and VTubers go hand in hand, but Ava's personality brings a unique flavor. Variety gaming and VTubers go hand in hand, but Ava's personality brings a unique flavor that makes it all her own. From out-of-pocket comments during sim games to From out-of-pocket comments during sim games to glooping and boring chat, you can't find a lava lamp more mesmerizing. If the gloopy bug queen is your style, make sure to check out the Twitter for If the gloopy bug queen is your style, make sure to check out the Twitters for Ice Sketchy, VT Luma, and Kovu Plus, who helped give a body to the amazing voice. Thank you. My brain was farting. The word glooping and boring was not meshing. I have to re-record it because OBS is crashing. Oh! Uberreal is a lovely idea. That is a lovely idea. No, I have to re-record it because my OBS is crashing. Fuck, bro. From what I've been doing. Just kind of wait for it to fix and then re-record it. I'm presuming it didn't get the whole thing. Or maybe it did. I'm gonna give you a tongue twister on purpose one day. You don't already? You don't already? Sometimes I feel like you do already. Cries. But that's entirely valid. Oops. Evil lamp. Now I can bring it in. Oops. Oops. I'll do this one. I don't realize I rhyme or anything until I don't. Hold on. I don't realize I rhyme or anything similar until I go back to reread. That's valid. You are a very rhythmic person, so that makes sense in my brain. Love. Thank you for the headbeds. It's like when you're writing by hand and when you notice two letters perfectly line up. That's fair. That is fair. My nose itches. They dub over that AI song. Oh, it actually wasn't an. I think. Actually, I don't know. Probably. I don't know. I have heard that it wasn't AI. That someone that. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, probably. I don't know. The more I say it out loud, I know. There's an image for writing rhythm I internalized. Wait. I'm gonna take that line out. Okay, that's what I thought. I knew there was a part that it wasn't gonna keep. Oh. 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 I like that, Kiwi. If you want to do that for my scripts, feel free to. They use AI to change their voices. Ah. Makes sense. If the Bloopy Bug Queen is your style, make sure to check out their Twitters for iSketchy, vtluma, and Covopulus, who help give a body to the amazing voice. Ooh. Save. Okay. Oh, my nose itches. I'm thinking a room full of goblins mashing keyboards like monkeys. Eventually, I'll write just like Shakespeare. Yeah, that's. I feel like that's right. You know, a composer will smash their hands on the keys of a keyboard, and eventually they'll make something nice. Yeah, sounds right. Sounds right to me. Next is Did You Know? Style project as what is number is this one? 13. Okay. Alright. What doesn't kill you can actually make you stronger. That's how a little ouchie can protect you from this year's viruses. And it's a good thing because they're weird little guys that are even smaller than most bacteria. It's even hard to say if they're living or not since they have their own genetics, but are... It's It's even hard to say if they are living or not since they have their own genetics but aren't affected. It's even hard to say if they're living or not since they have their own genetics but aren't affected by antibiotics. Something with a name that literally means against life. So if they're so tough, how do vaccines work against them? The trick is they take advantage of your own healing superpowers. Traditional vaccines use a weakened version of the virus, while newer vaccines use copies of their genetics to produce antibodies. This miniature mugshot isn't what makes you sick after getting a shot. Instead, it makes your immune system more active while learning and producing defenses against future infections. It's like the medicine does a magic trick to make you think that you're sick to make you healthier. With flu season right around the corner, I hope that this helps. With flu season right around the corner, I hope this helps and you remember to schedule your shots. Oh, I should probably do that myself. Now I know I left my phone here somewhere. Your monk be trapped in a prison dimension? What? The prison dimension, not the prison dimension. Is the prison dimension bad? I've never been to the prison dimension. Maybe it's a prison of love, you know? It's a prison dimension, actually. Oh. Thank you for song request. Oh, I gotta scoot stuff. There you go. Had to do it to him. Oh. Okay. I think I should redo the ending. Okay. Oh, I should probably do that myself too. Now, I know I left my phone somewhere. The rest of it look. Okay. Need to mark off what I'm doing or I'm gonna forget. Look at us. Look at us. Look at this. Bam. 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 Oh, bam. 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 Okay. Now we gotta go over here. Bam. 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 Now 2 more videos. I do the roll for fun one now. And then we're gonna go Tony Hawk in the ocean! 5 minutes until... What's that fucking called? Till self-destruction. Okay. Alright. Five Minutes Until Self-Destruction is an escape room style puzzle game where you are trapped on a spaceship. 5 minutes until you self-destruct is an escape room style puzzle game where you are trapped on a spaceship moments from destruction. Think fast or get blown into pieces. This ship is filled with interconnected puzzles and mini games that test your logic. Observation, and quick thinking. Can you outsmart the countdown before the timer runs out? Personally, I can't say that I do well under pressure, but I can say that I had a blast figuring out this game since I adore puzzles. I finished it with 7 seconds to spare. I finished it with 7 seconds to spare. First time, I swear, don't check the VOD. Maybe you can beat my time. 5 Minutes Until Self-Destruction is currently out on Steam and will test you to your breaking point, or maybe your winning point. It's down to you to find out. I don't think that one was too bad. My nose feels funny. I like the song. I don't know why, though. I keep imagining a burly Japanese man dancing to it, though. I'm glad you guys couldn't see my face when I'm doing this. Wait, you kinda can. I guess you kinda can when you see I go like that a lot. I'm a mole. Baby, what's the matter? I'm more younger today. I gotta edit one more. I gotta record one more script and then I gotta play a game. Okay, don't be feisty. Don't be feisty. Don't be feisty. Let go. Let go. But you can't. Stop. The goofball. Save. Alright, who's ready for the little guy? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, maincoow. Hello. Hello. 35. Cool. Alright. I gotta put myself in recording position. Gotta switch some locations of things. Move my microphone closer because I realize it sounds kind of echoey. Chunkiest of little guy. I am the chunkiest of little guys. Hello, hello, hello from this little pug named Johnny to the world. It seems they not only stole my heart, but their mama's phone. You better say hi back right now before he gets caught. Trying to get Crush's attention is even harder in the dating dino scene. Look at this big guy waving his big blue arms all over the... Look at this big guy waving his little blue arms all over the place. This is one of my most favorite scenes of all time. Like, I know the missus didn't really like his dance, but I loved it. The reptilian romance doesn't end there. Watch this impressive couple of turtles. The reptilian romance doesn't end there. Watches this impressive couple of turtles dance their way with... Watches this impressive couple of turtles dance the day away without a care in the world. I know turtles tend to live for a long time, but I believe that these little turtles will love for an even longer time. Be sure to say I love you to those you care about in your own special way, even if it's a little silly. Yeah, I think that's good. I don't think I forgot anything. I like how you edited the ending there, Kiwi. That was good. And parts in between it, but I like how you edited the ending. Hog? Walking in your house with her. Mm-hmm. Bam, 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 bam. Thank you for the song suggestion. Sing another verse. I think I might stay in Little Guy for the rest of the night. It's not giving its orange. I'm gonna give him my support. I picture you doing a sing-song hello. Sing-song hello like in the song. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, my voice kind of hurts. You drink more water. A little high and mighty. Alright, I gotta bring BLT back. I don't know if he'll come back. Like that. Okay. Is he hiding with himself the pain that his mother felt in most? Please reconsider this. Matrix. Aries. Aries. Oh, he's not pinned to my head. That's okay. Didn't even try to kill her. Hold your tongue now, listen, my friend. Only longer than walking her command. And more punching, make him free. Oh, Lord, everybody bleed. I'm just gonna prepare this for tomorrow. Oh. Whoa! What's this? Salad? And chippas. Ooh. Mmm. Thunder bring to the ring, 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 make them fall. She did. Save. Okie dokie. I will load up the fish game after I eat a little bit of dinner and we listen to Kiwi song. Nom, nom, nom. I want this game. If it goes on sale. Oh? This is valid, Kiwi. Honestly, this probably would have been a better way to record it. But I always, whenever I say hello, I think of Five Nights at Freddy's because brain is stupid. Oh wait, this is a game that wife plays, isn't it? Well, that's valid, yeah. Thank you. I just judge them. I think I'm gonna wipe out my wish list. There might be games I really want to play. Do I really want to play this game? Not really. What is this one? This one looks interesting. I would play that one. I want to play this one. Maybe. Probably. Don't know. Probably. Probably not. Maybe. Maybe. Probably not though. Probably not. All horror games get a probably. This one's probably not. Maybe. I got a key for this game actually. Grounded 2 came out, so I guess I'll remove this one. This game was cute, but it looks like it has mixed reviews. Because it was kind of hard to play when I played it with the demo. It just didn't feel complete. House Flipper 2 looks fucking great now, bro. I want to play House Flipper 2. Guys, you want to play House Flipper 2? Poison on the Past. I don't know if I play this one. Deliver at all costs seems fine. This one seems fine. Goblin Stone. I don't know if I play that one. It looks like a turn-based one. I feel like there's a lot of cozy. I'd just rather play Minecraft. Maybe. Probably not. Fruit Bus. Seems fun. Forgive Me Father 2, I want to try. Dredge, Crime Scene Cleaner, Monster Train 2. Grifflands I heard was good, I just don't think it's my type of thing. Anti-Taper I would like to stream at some point. Origami, I don't know. Head Island, I don't know. Probably. Yeah, probably. Hello, my dear. How are you doing? How was your stream? No. Did you have a good stream? Hello! Hello, baby. Hello, wait. I can wait. I'm sorry, I don't have that set up on this one. Hello! Hope you had a good time. I'm just eating dinner before I play a video game the chat recommended for me. I hope you had a wonderful stream, though. If you need a raid and run, feel free to do so, or raid and rest, more importantly. But if you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. I'm just kind of chilling. Hey, yo, stream was good, doing the co-working art things. How goes it? Good. We're very productive today, actually. We got all that we wanted done and a little bit more, so I'm very happy. Oh no, I didn't mean to. Alright, well, it's fine. Probably not. But yeah, I hope you had fun. I hope you had a good time. Again, if you need a rest, productive Monday, let's go. Let's go. I'm also having a chicken salad, so very healthy dinner. Alright, yeah, we're just kind of vibing. If you guys have had dinner, please tell us. What did you have for dinner? My bad. I want to play Lose to the Painful so bad. This game was okay. It was very repetitive. Best served cold. I don't know if I could play one like that. I'm not very good at what do you call those kind of games? My conversational sim ones, I guess. I'm good for the headpad. Maybe I play this game. This one's cool. I want to play Lovers in a Lost Space Time, but I know that's like better with friends. Bumbo, probably not. Moncage? Maybe. Honeyglade, I've seen a lot about Honeyglade. Okay. King is watching. Nah. Squirreled Away seems fun. I gotta do some stretch D-stream, but I'll be lurking. Thank you so much for the lurk, and thank you for the check-in and the raid, and you're amazing, and I hope you rest ube well. Have a good time, Grimshire Centum. Breathless, Dino Bath. Sweet Cross. I wouldn't mind try that one. Out of Sight, Song of Brass, Projected Dreams, Cthulhu, Electrobot, For Dawn, Shuffle Tactics. The art looks interesting, but it has mixed reviews, unfortunately. Probably not. I removed that one because we have that game now. Party Club just seems like another what do you call it? Party Animals and that one Overcooked, not like mix. White Knuckle. Oh, dude, I favorited so many games. I like kind of fucked up.
Yeah, I see your problem here. This'll be a big project. I'll have my guys send you the estimate.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I have passport too. Nope. These chips are interesting. Backrooms cleanup crew. I should tell wife about that one. Maybe she'd like to play that one. Okay, I think I'm overlooking at games. Alright, we're taking a break from dinner. So I'll eat the rest of it later. Who is ready for some Tony Hawk's underwater? Or Tony Hakes? Sorry. Is this not tuna? It's tuna. Done. Penny Bookshop came out? Oh shit, I never tried the demo for that one. Rotation sensitivity. This oh shit, there we go. Full screen? There we go. Okay. You guys can't hear this game. Open volume mixer. Where is it? This one? There you go. That's a little too loud. Alright. Play Ocean. Wait, I just want to play. Okay. Atlantic Cod. Oh, it's locked. Okay. Alright. Let's try it. I don't think it was ready for a 2K monitor, I'm gonna be honest. Okay. I don't know the control- what the fuck is this? Ugh. What are the controls? Oh! Oh! It's like lagging. It's like lagging! Woo! Ooh. Let's go! Oh, I belly flop. Oh. How do I like land though? I've never played Tony Hawk game before. Oh, I belly flop. I don't know how to play this. What am I doing? Ooh. Perfect dive. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, I wiped out. I don't know what I'm doing. Woo! This is so stupid. Wait, I wanted to try the clown triggerfish. Balanced but slightly better can be unlocked in the ocean. I'm just gonna quietly enjoy it. Sounds great. I wish I was high. But this is honestly a great time. I love this. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what the control. Oh, wow, this fish is big too. Woo! Oh, perfect dive. Woo! Oh, I wiped out. Whoa! 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 What's up, dairy delivery force? Are you here to deliver us some milk to the milk club? I don't know what I'm doing. Are there controls to this? I want to go down. I want to go down more. Wow! Wow! I'm so good at this game. I have to get like a 400k, right? How do I get more points? Main menu, hold on. Dairy delivery points. Thank you for the follow-up button. What are the controls? Apply Steam Deck settings. Speed blur intensity. By the way, I wasn't able to test a lot of the higher resolution. Let me know if you have any issues. Okay, what is okay? Oh, tutorial. Oh, I should have done the tutorial. I'm stupid. Why did no one tell me to do the tutorial, guys? I'm an amateur. many. Oh, there's a lot of like cannons, fish buttons. Okay, I guess the controls are vibes. Okay.
Awesome.
Rails take you down a path and gives you a speed boost. Where the fuck did the okay? How do I get on the rail? How do I get on the rail? Rail? I don't know what's happening. Can I go on the rail? Can I go on the rail? I don't think the rail does anything. How do I? Yeah, boy! How the fuck do I? How do I get? Okay. I don't know what's happening. It didn't do anything. Is it because I didn't go through the butt? I don't know what's happening, chat. It's telling me I'm doing stuff, but I don't believe it. I want to get shot out of the cannon. Go into the cannon. No, don't go back up. Fish can stay underwater for longer than this. Woo! Baby, let's go!
Epic.
I'm just a little fishes swimming in the ocean. I don't know what's happening. Fish buns? Select all 3 fish buns. These are like takoyakis.
Wow.
I want to get more of the fish buns. So was I supposed to be getting like these things like in the ocean level? Radical fishing, yeah, dude. I don't know if anything I'm doing like does anything. Okay, I think I got it. Main menu. Play. Next, I want to play this guy. Start. I want to get the next fish. We gotta get the next fish. Alright, ready? Okay, I think I know what I'm doing now, you know? Wahoo! I don't know what these rings are for. What do these rings do? Ooh! I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just clicking a bunch of buttons and hoping they do something. Oh, I belly flop. What am I? Am I supposed to get? I feel like I'm supposed to get some of these like magic items or these squares. You know? Or am I supposed to hit them while I'm doing them? Uno roll, loop-de-loop.
Awesome. Turbo. Next level.
How do I land correctly? I've never played a Tony Hawk game in my life. Wait, how do I get the next guy? 400,000 can be unlocked in the balance, but slightly better. Okay, so it is better. Alright, so do I, okay. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know. Woo! Oh, it adds time. Woo! Sweet. Lord knows that skating games will not help you with this chaos. It won't? Oh, I didn't get it. Oh, I was so close to that one. I want to get in one of those rings. Get it, let me get it. Yeah, 15 seconds dead. Woo! Woo! Good dive. Woohoo! I'm a fishy! I'm a fishy! Woo! Woo! Oh, I missed the fish button. Oh, wiping out like fucks up your points. I could have had it better if I had not wiped out, but how do I not wipe out? I'm like bad. Woo! Oh man, how do I do that though? Okay, wait, hold on. This goes up and down. Oh, I think it's just left mouse. Ooh. Oh, I really loved. Oh, it's just the mouse. Okay, so I'm just using the mouse. Aw, fuck. This is hard. Woohoo! It's actually really fun. Woohoo! Oh, fuck. I'm so bad at this. Wait, I want the 30 seconds. Do the 30 seconds. Woo! Oh no, I lost all my points again. How the fuck am I supposed to get more points than this shit?
Incredible!
Oh fuck.
Insane! Lame! Sick! Mental!
Whoa! I did it. I did it. I did it. I did it, chat. Oh, go, my boy. Go. Ooh. Oh, I belly flopped. Oh, I unlocked the red eye bass. Wait, is that the new one? Is that the better one? Yes. Thank you, thank you. Okay, we got the red eye bass. This is actually really fun. Ooh, now that I know what I'm doing. Ooh. Oh, shit, that fucked me up. Go up, go up, go up. Ooh. Oh, what? Oh, man, I didn't nosedive hard enough. Get me through. Oh! Woo! Baby, I'm so good at this game. I'm the best fish diver that there is. Look at this. Woo! Oh, shit. Oh, I finished a little early because I'm hungry. Best diver. Thank you. I feel like I'm doing so good. I'm a good little fishy. Oh, I'm upside down. That's not good for me. Oh, shit. Wait, let me get more time. Woo.
Awesome! Yeah, yeah!
Oh, fuck. What? How is that a belly flop? That was so not a belly flop. The bullshit. What the fuck? It didn't shoot me through the cannon. It didn't shoot me through the cannon. What did it go through the cannon?
Hella! Incredible!
Good dive. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, finally understanding my potential here.
Boy! Explosive!
Oh, shit. Oh shit. I'm like stuck at like 30k points right now.
Out of this wow!
Oh fuck. Cowabunga!
Lame! Explosive!
Oh shit. Need more time. No! No! This is so stupid. I'm too invested in this now. I want to unlock all the fish. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, no, it didn't let me through. You son of a bitch, let me through. Woohoo! Okay, we gotta lay this. Oh, bro, 360 no scope dive. Fucking perfect, bro. Okay, we're going down, Woo! Oh, shit. I tried to do it again. Didn't work. Ooh.
Insane! Overdrive! Epic!
Oh, shit. It's really easy to wipe out and like not get a dive because you gotta go nose first, and that's kind of hard. Oh! Oh, fuck. Woohoo! Okay. Woohoo!
Epic! Yeah.
Okay. I got this. Good dive. Oh.
Awesome!
My special move! Oh, fuck. Woo!
Epic!
Okay. Oh, fuck. I landed on my tail. I'm stuck at 35k, guys. Woo! Woohoo!
Mega!
Oh, fuck. Oh, I fucked up so hard, no!
Incredible! Blazing! Epic!
Oh, okay. Oh no, I need more time! No, please, I was having too much fun! No! No!
Brutal!
Damn. Wait, how much is the next fish? Unlocked in the island. Wait, is that where we're on? No, that's not where we're at. Island, next. 4 buns. Okay, so we gotta go get the buns. I commend whoever made this game. I love this game. 10 out of 10. Where are the buns? We need the fishy buns. Ooh. And get all the time in the world. Woo! Okay. Oh shit. I wish diving back in could also mean you land in your tail. I understand that it's not as aerodynamic or whatever, but oh shit. There's a bun. There's one bun. Where's the other bun? Ooh. Oh. Let me get on that rail. Whoa, what happened? I don't know what just happened. Woo! Excuse me, that was before I landed in the water. Thank you very much.
Legendary! Wow!
It's hard to like angle it with the mouse, in my opinion. Oh, you can angle. Oh, I understand something, chat.
Phenomenal!
You can also use the WSASD keys to help you maneuver as well, I've learned. Woo! Woo!
Out of this world!
Maybe there's no more fish buns over here. Woo! Oh shit. No more fish buns over here. I need 4. I think I have 3. Woohoo! You also don't have to be extreme. It looks like you just chill the fuck out, dude. You just chill the fuck out. You know, have a good time going through the rings. And play this chill as fuck. Woohoo! I got the black spotted sweet tips, which honestly sounds very sexual.
Extreme legendary!
Oh, it's really hard to land them. All right, let me try it over here again. The big boy cannon. Ah, la la.
Phenomenal. Mental.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Radical. Powerful. Wow.
Woo, baby! And I got the brown trout. Let's go, dude. I'm so good at this game. Oh shit. Well, you know, I'm trying. Woo! Little baby dive. Woohoo! Oh, okay. Well, there's a little bit more points. There's a little bit more. Woo. Woo. Okay. Okay, so we got the black spotted sweet lips and the brown trout. Next, okay. Good maneuverability can be unlocked in islands. Wait, who? Brown trout, fast and agile.
Wipeout.
Wipeout. 4 buns 4. Average speed can be. But I did that. Oh, unlocked an ocean. Oh. Oh wait, no, I don't want to be on the island. Oops. Hold on. Wait. Okay. I'm going to sit here. Sounds good. And you can't stop me. Sounds good. This guy's got good maneuverability, apparently. Okay. Well, that wasn't a great show of his maneuverability, but you know what? We'll trust. We'll trust.
Phenomenal.
On God. Pretty fucking sweet maneuverability here, guys. That was my bad. Let me just... a little boost. Oh, fuck. Woo! Yeah, there we go. That one was better. Oh, man. Oh, man. I think I should be using... yeah, I should be using the arrow keys to help me balance myself out. Oh, fuck. There's physics! Okay, maybe, okay. I wanted to do the ocean. Fast and agile. Let's try this guy. I have to get the buns. Bun time, baby! Woo! Okay, wait. Oh, he's way better to maneuver, though. Hey, yo, what the fuck? Oh, this guy go crazy. What an achievement. I got a carp. Yeah, I gotta find them fish buns. Fish bun 1. And there's a tank. What the fuck? Oh, fuck. I tilted. Chad, I tilted. Fuck yeah. Alright, let's go find another bun. Wait. Put me on the rail. Put me on the... Woohoo!
Gnarly. Ultra.
Woohoo! And I saw another fish bun. I don't know how many fish buns we have now, though. 2? Okay, we need 2 more.
Let's get it. Rampage.
Woo, baby! Let's go. There's another fish bun down there!
Mental. Legendary.
Woo!
Gnarly. Powerful.
Oh, fuck. I fucked that one up. Do the points? What does KTs mean? I'm confused. I need another fish bun. Woohoo! Oh wait, I see one. Let's go. 4 out of 10 fish buns. I wish I got all of them. I think there's one over on the boat. Woo! Oh. Woo!
Spectacular! Wow!
Oh man. Alright, well, maybe I can try to get all of them?
Turbo! Savage! Let's get it!
Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, it's speed. Oh.
Insane! Killer! Blazing!
Oh. Oh shit.
Mega! Phenomenal!
Not to ship speed? Oh, okay. Alright, I'm just gonna cruise. We're just cruising because we want to get the next. We should probably give it more time, actually. The boat go. I want to get on the boat. Want to get on the boat. Let me up. Yes! I got the boat. I got the boat. Woohoo!
Electrify Ultra!
How many was that? I don't know how many that was.
Blazing! Turbo!
Man. Unlock the blue tang. Maybe there's one over here. There is one over here. 7 out of 10. That means there's a few more that I don't know where they are. I wonder if they're in the air.
Turbo! Savage!
They could be.
Next level!
I don't think they are though. It's over there. No, I'm running out of time! No! No! Oh well, it's okay. Whee.
Epic!
Okay. Let's play in the pool next. Very maneuverable. 6 points. Damn. What the fuck is this? This one's flat. It's flat. Should probably be the. It is a skateboard! What the fuck? How do you get a skateboard? Complete all tutorial challenges to unlock. Oh, son of a bitch. Yo, that's actually kind of sick. There's a lot of fish in this. I'll play one more with the blue tank in the pool. And then I will call it for today. Let's go. Woo!
Killer! Blazing!
Yo, I'm gonna get out of the pool.
Ultra!
This is taking me out of the pool.
Spectacular!
Oh, you dried up! Damn. That was it? Wait, what is the one I just unlocked? The Arapima? Pure Strength Can Champion. Oh, I wanna try this guy. He's a strong boy.
Blazing! Ultra!
Woo! I don't know what that means that he's strong. Does it mean that he's like better at being up high or something?
Electrifying!
I don't know what this means for our boy Jimbo.
Incredible!
Woohoo!
Explosive!
He's really hard to maneuver though, I guess. He's not that fast either. And I don't know why you would pick him other than he kind of looks cool. Okay, he's like not fast at all. Woo!
Spectacular!
Wow, he is like hard to maneuver. Let's go. Woo! Oh, you kind of like suck though, bro. Woo!
This is electrifying!
Oh. I just want to go get one more fish bun. Please, one more fish bun. Pink. Woo! Okay. That was a fun game. I like that game. I think I'll probably play that game again if I need a break or something from life. I'll just go be a fish, being a pro fish. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I hope you guys have fun with me. Oh shit, Mooney's doing stuff. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, I'm already following him. Oh, what am I? Oh no, I'm not. Ooh. Such hype. It was such hype. Yeah, we'll go raid Mooney. We'll go raid Mooney. Why not? Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I hope you guys have fun over there. Here's the raid message. I'm gonna go relax and probably go get ready for EP because I have to get up early tomorrow. I hope you guys have a lovely time over there. With Miss Mooney. I love you guys. Have a wonderful night. Goodbye.